Okay, should be live. Let me just make sure everything's working okay. Still a little annoyed about what happened with Discord. Not Discord, OBS. So hopefully it's all working okay now. Okay, let's just check. The mic is working. Testing. Testing. Okay, that sounds okay. But yeah, if the stream goes down and I don't notice, please tell me in chat, because I will be monitoring chat. But I don't know what caused it to go down yesterday. Twice. Although I do have a theory, maybe it was just really went a bit like I was using too many resources or something. Because I was also having mic issues during the whole stream from the sound of it. Either way, so today we're going to be playing some more Honkai Star Rail. The main. Oh, got something new on. It's like an event on the days, so I have to do that at some point. Yeah, the main thing is we're going to be continuing the main story, and basically doing our dailies first and just continue the main story. And hopefully we'll be able to do a pull at the end. Oh, that's golden one. So we'll do this. First.
I've no interest in conflict.
Put it on auto, because they can pretty much do this quite easily.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be increasing the world level again.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Rules are made to be broken.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
To guard and defend, crush them. Nap time.
Okay. So. And all the dailies are done already. Man, you can really do the dailies fast in this game. Especially if you get lucky with the ones that picks you there. Okay. Well, the daily's already done. Okay, that's the event, I believe. It's gathered. But yeah, we'll be continuing the main story. We'll just switch on my characters. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah. So we're down here. And continuing the main story.
I'll need to record today's notes in the databank.
Well, my friends, are you ready to head out?
Yep,
Wonderful.
let's go.
Remember to bring enough food and drink to refuel on the way. We have a lot of steps to climb.
Oh no. endless amount of stairs.
Mother, I have returned.
Bronya, I thought I'd lost you. Where were you? Are you hurt? I'll fetch the butler right away.
No, there's no need. I don't want to see Sebas right now. Sorry, Mother. I'm fine, really. I just got into a few skirmishes down in the underworld, but nothing I couldn't handle.
The underworld. Oh, I see. In that case, report everything you saw. Commander Bronya.
After the failed pursuit at Backwater Pass, the wanted outsiders and I were somehow taken to the underworld. Because of the difficult situation we were in, we formed a temporary alliance to help the residents of the underworld resolve a few issues of survival. We also defeated an ancient robot known as Svarog and learned some truths about the Stellaron.
I'm listening. Go on.
Madam Cocolia, it is my firm belief that the visitors from beyond the sky are not the villains we had imagined before. I witnessed them take up arms in the name of justice and risk their lives for the sake of others. I can also ascertain that they did come for the Stellaron, but only to relieve the disaster it has brought upon Belobog. Mother, you've always known the truth about the Stellaron, haven't you? Well, the responsibility of bearing that truth will fall upon me one day. Such is the burden of being Guardian, to carry these secrets for eternity. So, I ask you to forgive my defiance, but I believe that the order to dispatch the outsiders was a mistake. To solve the problems brought on by the Stellaron, the architects waited hundreds of years. And those outsiders may be the...
Enough!
Oh dear. Someone's angry.
Arrogant. Ignorant. Oh, you disappoint me, Bronya. You merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, and now you think you know everything. You spend a short time with that underworld scum, and suddenly you have the audacity to question my orders? Guards! Take Bronya.
They are not scum. My entire life, everything you ever kept from me. I remember it clearly now. This time I am standing my ground, Madam Guardian. And please, stop dismissing me with vague excuses. Tell me what you have seen. What exactly it is you are hiding. Why do you send the Silvermane guards to die in the Fragmentum? Why have you abandoned the people of the underworld? And why? Why did you have that sudden change of mind?
I see. I knew this moment would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it would be so soon. You want to know why I gave those orders? Is that right? Do you believe you're ready to learn the truth?
Yes. I am ready, Mother.
Then come with me, Bronya. It is time you heard it. The voice of this dying world.
Yep. Hi there.
We're finally back.
Oh, forgot the rest of the group.
I forgot what fresh air tasted like.
1 p.m.
Oh wait, I haven't finished yet.
Well, I probably only woke up
Alright,
like
let's go.
2-3 hours ago.
Where's our next stop? We should find
Not
somewhere
like
to
I've
put our
done
feet
too
up.
much today
As
either.
long as it's not Goethe Hotel again.
Classic.
I'm keeping a
unreliable
close eye on
sucker.
OBS
He probably guessed we'd ask
today.
where his hiding place was. No
since
sooner are
what
we back
happened
in the
yesterday.
administrative district than he sneaks off.
Honestly, like, I don't even know if it was a crash. It didn't leave a crash report or anything. It just, stopped working. It's like it disconnected from Twitch. The thing in the bottom corner, the blue thing, it still said stop, stop recording or stop streaming blue. So it thought it was still streaming. You clicked them and it wouldn't actually, it would put them into the stopping streaming with the dot dot dots, but it wouldn't actually move past that. And then after a bit, it went into not responding, so I had to,
The bro or
um,
the sis? If you're talking about
task manager
Japard,
it and
we should
stuff.
be careful. He's a top Silvermane guard. He'd probably get a medal for every one of us he brought in. Don Hung, what do you think?
I think it'd be best to pay a visit to Serval Landau.
So, you think we should avoid Japard for the time being?
He's an elite officer of the Silvermane Guards. It wouldn't be easy to get to him. Besides, if he hasn't been persuaded by Branya's letter, we'd be walking right into the lion's den.
Makes sense. Guess we better head over to Serval's workshop then?
But we must keep a low profile. We're still wanted fugitives.
What's wrong, Zila?
Nothing. It's just a little... new. The last time I was on the surface, I was still a child. I have no memory of any of this. The overworld and the underworld. We've been cut off for so long. I'm okay. Let's go.
That's me.
There are so many Silvermane guards on patrol. Is it usually like this?
No. I don't remember the security being this tight last time. Might have something to do with us. The Supreme Guardian has probably learned of our arrival already. Branya.
Come around and have a look.
Who is it? Shop's closed today. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Huh? I remember. The three outsiders. Wait, why are you still strolling around the city? Do you know the Silvermane guards are looking all over for you? Quick, act natural and get inside. Don't get spotted.
Right.
All right, you'll be safe here. My workshop has pretty good soundproofing and barely anyone comes in. Just what crime did you commit exactly? They recalled a bunch of guards from the front line to track you down. It's unprecedented. Now they're patrolling the whole city and everyone's in a panic.
Oh, we just...
Not yet, March. Branya said we could trust you completely.
You mean to say you don't trust me completely? Good. That's smart of you. But you needn't worry. Kokolia and I aren't even on speaking terms. It was her that ejected me from the Architects. I refuse to stand with her. I don't believe you guys would do anything bad. And the Architects are gonna need conclusive and publicly available evidence for me to think otherwise. Besides, I know the Architects, and if they did have any evidence, they would have released it by now. I know Kokolia's style. Get everyone into a frenzy first. Most people in a frenzy don't stop to ponder the details. Me? None. What Kokolia and the Architects get up to has nothing to do with me. My time is too precious for pondering. These days, I just spend my time fixing things in this workshop and playing music. It's a pretty carefree existence. If I'm not careful, I'll start boring you all with sob stories from the past. Let's get back to you guys. If long-lost Branya told you to come here, you must have something important to tell me. You can trust me. I know our paths have only crossed once before, but my intuition tells me you guys are good people.
And I've got good intuition, by the way.
Ooh, I'm the best storyteller. Let me, let me.
Try not to embellish the facts.
So that's what's been happening. No wonder we hadn't heard from Bronya recently. After all these years in isolation and without a single word from below, this is what's become of the underworld? I believe you. There's no way you could have invented all those twists and turns. What's more, we have Miss Seela here as living proof. As for the Stellaron, I know why Bronya got you to find me. When I was still one of the architects working in the scientific research division, I was researching the Stellaron. I never thought I'd hear that word again after being expelled by the architects. Come on, I'll tell you everything.
Okay.
Only a very few people in Belobog know of the existence of the Stellaron. Those that do would never associate it with the Fragmentum or Eternal Freeze. But according to the data recorded in that robot, Svarog, the architects dug out the truth long ago. The research results were purposely hidden away to ensure that the outside world would never know of them. Just my luck. Out of all the research topics I could have chosen, I insisted on the Stellaron. It's clear now that anyone who wanted to get closer to the truth would have been expelled or abandoned. Maybe I should be thanking Cocolia. All she did was push me out. She could have decided to take a more permanent measure. I figured out that the Stellaron and the Fragmentum were linked, so I was already close to the truth. It's a shame that the architects ejected me before I could discover that the source of the Fragmentum was the Stellaron itself. Before I lost my position, I was applying for permission to survey the Stellaron directly. It was my research topic, but I'd never even set eyes on it. My research was all based on historical data and lab simulations. Not long after I submitted my preliminary report and application, I received my punishment. It was obvious that somebody didn't want my research to continue.
Okay.
Cocolia... It's been so many years since we last spoke. We were great friends once. There was nothing we wouldn't share. She became a completely different person when she took on the Supreme Guardianship. The convictions she once held, her enthusiasm, it was like they were drawn out of her by some mysterious force. She gave the order to expel me herself and refused to see me. I never understood that behavior, and I gave up trying to use logic to work it out a long time ago.
Yeah. Or maybe just the Guardians in general, really. Like, as soon as you become a Guardian, you get access to the secret and then start losing it a bit.
Sometimes I even wonder whether she really did become a different person. Is that possible? Perhaps there's a single Guardian consciousness that gets handed down from generation to generation. And the real Cocolia has already vanished. Is she being compelled by previous generations of Guardians to make such baffling decisions? Who knows? But this might make for good songwriting material.
What am I looking for?
Japard? Not a chance. He's a decent guy, but also famously uncompromising. For my brother, orders are more important than anything. Even if you stuck Bronya's letter to his forehead, he wouldn't be swayed.
Oh
You
my
need to
god.
choose your words carefully if you want to persuade him of something. It might be best if I talk to him. Though, I'd need a strategy first. Yes. I never observed it directly, but
I used lab simulations and outbound surveys to establish a rough location. According to the survey results, the Stellaron is likely to the north of Belobog, somewhere in the vast snow plains.
We must
Okay.
locate it as soon as possible. Ideally before Cocolia takes action. Can you tell us the way?
Not a problem. I was thinking the same thing. But I'm afraid telling you might not be enough. The area to
Okay.
the north of Belobog has been more or less swallowed up by the Fragmentum. If you want to get to the northern snow plains, you'll need to get past the Silvermane Guard restricted zone on the front lines first. Even if you
Okay.
get past the restricted zone in one piece, you'll have a whole heap of Fragmentum to deal with. Yes, that's where the main force of the Silvermane Guards is stationed. They've consolidated their position there in order to resist the encroaching Fragmentum.
It sounds like the three of us and Zila might not be enough. Why don't we go back underground and get Wildfire to come with us?
I fear we may not have the time.
Hey, enough pessimism. Back in my official capacity days, I spent a lot of time in the north. I got to know the soldiers and officers on the front line very well. This calls for brainwaves, not brawn waves. How about I take you over myself?
Really? Great! Phew. It's less scary if someone you know is leading the way.
Always.
I want to see the Stellaron too, you know. It was my
Uh-huh.
research topic for over a decade. You don't get that many decades in life. That's settled then. There's no time to lose. We should head out as soon as you're ready.
Okay.
Darn it! I forgot my brother said he'd be around today. Find somewhere to hide, quick! I'll handle him.
God, really? Of all the day.
Jahad, it's you! I didn't think you'd have the time to visit with things so tense on the front line.
Things are manageable. The latest wave of monster attacks has slowed. I'm back in the city to take care of a few matters, but I'll be back on the front line later. I thought I told you.
Ah! Oh, yes. That's right.
Sis, you look a bit pale. Did something happen?
No. Why would anything have happened?
She's not very good at
You
lying.
don't normally use my full name.
You said you hate it when I call you bro in public. Well, I agree. It'd sound better if I started using your full name. Right, Brosif?
You can call me whatever you like. Look, Serval, I'm here on official business today. There's something wrong with the barrier generator device, and the engineers in our unit don't know how to fix it. I need you to take a look.
Those guys can't think outside the box. Of course they can't wrap their heads around my design. I thought it was something big. Leave it here. I'll take a look.
Sorry to trouble you.
Why are you being so polite? Oh, and why is the city under curfew all of a sudden? Has something happened?
I've been instructed to keep it quiet.
Lil Jeppy. So grown up now, looking down on his civilian sister.
Don't say that. Forget it. If I don't tell you, Pela will. Last night, Lady Bronya suddenly appeared. She entered Klapoth Fort without saying anything to anyone. The Supreme Guardian is worried that the three intruders may have followed Bronya out of the Fragmentum and back into the administrative district. She issued a curfew for the entire city and ordered us to pursue and capture any suspicious individuals.
Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I haven't heard from Bronya. Is she alright?
I'm not sure. She hasn't left Klapoth Fort. The Supreme Guardian just said she'd returned.
Oh, I can
Nothing
see
more.
Seela.
Well, I was sure worried about her. After she disappeared, Pela's workload doubled. She said she barely had time to go out.
She really does tell you everything. Oh, by the way, I left my Goethe Hotel limited edition flask behind last time I was here. Let me have a look for it. I think I left it over...
Wait!
What is it?
It's, right. You remember how you neglected all those flowers
This is
to
getting
death?
really.
I piled them all over there during a bit of spring cleaning, and now they smell terrible. So, don't go over there.
Seems like a strange reason not to take a look. Plus, am I supposed to believe you were spring cleaning? You must be up to more forbidden research.
Am not. How dare you? What do you take your sister for?
Never mind. This is your space, and I shouldn't intrude. I've got business to take
Yes.
care of. Bye
It's
for now.
making the situation awkward.
Hey, wait a sec. Those intruders. I wanted to ask, what crime have they committed?
They're plotting to overthrow the architects and bring harm to the city.
Huh.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the accusations against me. Kokolia's methods haven't changed.
Don't say that, Serval. I know that you're still nursing a grievance against the Supreme Guardian, but this isn't a joking matter.
You're telling me off again? Fine. Whatever, bro. You better be going. Come listen to Pela in my next rehearsal.
I will, if I have the time.
The coast is clear. You can come out now.
Oh, that stressful situation is over. Let's
Phew,
just-
I nearly suffocated. What kind of plot device was that?
I almost lost my cool when you went for his flask.
This is bad. Bronya's in danger. We have to go save her.
Attempting to storm Klipoth Fort by ourselves? Forget it, Zila. I don't care how skilled you are, I'm not sending you on a suicide mission. Rest assured, Kokolia may have changed over the years, but she never hurt Bronya. I'm certain of that.
You sound like Bronya herself. I don't get it. You guys are against Kokolia, and yet in some ways, you seem to trust her completely.
Didn't you hear him? He said he needs to take care of a few matters in the city first. If we're fast enough, we can stay out of his way.
That's good.
Come on, let's go to the restricted zone. If we can get ahead of the curve and find the Stellaron, Kokolia will be out of options.
Okay, finally going.
Is Bronya really safe?
You care about her, huh? You must have become close friends.
Close is a bit much, but I made her a promise.
Relax. She's the strongest girl I've ever seen.
I can believe that.
Full name guard, restricted zone.
Oh, they've jacked up security all right. How the heck are we gonna sneak in? Serval, we need one of those brainwaves.
Leave it to me. Stick close, guys, and don't get spotted.
This is a military base. Trespassers aren't allowed in. Wait, isn't that... Serval! Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Franz. Long time no see. You still watching the entrance?
Well, you see, you haven't changed, Serval. Still nailing us to the wall. So, what brings you over here at this hour? And who are the guys behind you?
My brother said the restricted zone energy lines were malfunctioning. Told me it was urgent. He doesn't trust those contracted maintenance workers, so he got me in for free. These guys are my assistants. We need to overhaul all the installations here.
I didn't hear anything about the energy lines malfunctioning.
Oh, please. This is a technology division issue. Why would they tell you guys? Come on, let us in already. If the heating system goes down in the middle of the night, are you gonna be responsible for all the frozen corpses?
No, that's not
That's
something I
why
can
I
handle.
don't-
Seeing as you're Captain Japard's sister, it should be fine. Okay, here are some temporary passes. Oh, and remember to give them back to me when you leave.
Thanks, Franz. I'll put in a good word for you with my brother and get him to promote you.
No, Captain Japard hates all that under-the-table stuff. I'd have a better chance if you don't mention me at all.
See? That was easy.
You're Japard's sister, all right.
Do you see that mechanical gear bridge? When you cross over to the other side, you arrive at hell on Earth.
Nope. Controller just not good.
It's a place too cold to bear, covered in snow and ice. The guys doing the scientific research don't have time to worry about the surroundings. The restricted zone front line is on the other side of the gear bridge. It's an endless fragmentum with a few exhausted Silvermane guards, and the stench of death in the air. If we want to progress further north, we will need to cross that hell. Are you ready?
Exactly. We've got nowhere left to retreat.
Let's go then. First, we need to think of a way to get to the other side. I helped set the underlying mechanisms for this type of gear bridge. It's controlled via different terminals in combination. Let's go find them.
We're gonna see a big enemy
Japard
too.
on frontline duty a lot?
Yes, but what made you ask that all of a sudden?
It's so dangerous. Don't you worry about him?
He's a Landau.
Investigate.
Nope. This terminal's offline. We can't control it from here.
So what's the plan?
Look for another. Every platform linked to the gear bridge should have a similar terminal.
I never would have guessed that Japard and you were brother and sister.
I can't say I blame you. We're nothing alike in personality or interests. In our family, we have a strong military tradition going back generations. Many a Landau has died in their prime. There's not a lot of brother and sister time. Everyone just does their best to get on with their life.
Where are you going? You're going all the way back. Oh no. There it is. And it's gone.
Darn! Can't activate it. It seems like someone severed the energy supply to the terminals. I was just thinking that. We can't rule it out. With the front line on high alert, they must have rotated the bridge to make it impassable. Then they cut off the energy supply to the terminals to avoid accidental repositioning. Or to prevent deserters from escaping. That way, even if the front line were to collapse, the Fragmentum monsters wouldn't be able to make it to the other side.
Bronya was right. The Silvermane guards really are risking their lives to protect Belobog.
Just my conjecture, but I doubt it's far from the truth. My brother mentioned that they've had to use extreme measures to repel the Fragmentum monsters. Let's
Pretty
press on.
bad.
We can't activate either of these terminals, so let's look for the energy supply installation itself.
Okay. Can we fight this thing? No. This looks bad.
That's it! The thing's shaped like a giant iron ball.
And it's behind a gate. What are the odds?
Its formal name is the Mechanism Energy Hub. It's connected to all the energy lines. I would have thought it covers the entire restricted zone.
No wonder it's so heavily guarded.
One unit for everything? That's a disaster waiting to happen. We learned the hard way.
As long as we can gain access permissions to the hub, we can operate the gear bridge terminals. That's why I told them we were here for urgent maintenance. The frontline equipment needs servicing just as much as the rest.
So that's why you went for maintenance. Way to go, Serval! I thought you just came up with it on the spot.
Come on, let's see if that guard over there will let us pass.
This is getting a bit rough here.
Yo, evening soldier.
Are you the emergency engineers? I saw you guys hanging around. Did you find the problem?
Not yet. Everything looks normal so far. I think the problem is stemming from the energy hub. If you let us in, we can do a routine service inspection. I've worked on various iterations of this type of installation.
No. No can do. No one gets near the energy hub without the security captain's encryption key.
Not even the Supreme Guardian?
The Supreme Guardian? Hey, no games, you hear? No dice without the encryption key.
Ah, darn, this guy's not stupid.
You need the encryption key, right? Which captain should I bother then?
Captain Dunn's resting up ahead. Go and find him. If he grants you permission, I won't stand in your way.
Okay.
Done? Why didn't you say so? No problem, we'll be back in a bit.
I'm guessing this is the one she knows. Guessing you around the back, maybe?
Serval, this Dunn, do you know him?
You bet I do. We go way back. He's easy to talk to. Watch me persuade him.
Watch me
Hey,
persuade him.
done! It's been a while. I didn't know you made security captain.
Serval, it's been a long time. You're still so... You look good.
Allow me to introduce my assistants to you. They help me take care of business at the workshop. Everyone, this is Captain Dunn, an old friend of mine. He used to be an ace on the keys in the band.
Oh, you play rock and roll too? Cool!
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, what's that weird smell?
Zachary, how many days has it been since you showered?
I showered right before my shift.
What did you say?
I haven't showered in 2 days, sir.
He's trying to push it onto someone else. What the hell?
Unacceptable, especially in front of visitors. Apologies for the embarrassment, all.
It's not a big deal, Dunn. You know, if you get a chance, would you want to get on stage with us again? My keyboard guy is pretty good, but I still miss our military days playing in the band.
That was a long time ago, Serval. I haven't touched a keyboard in ages. Besides, I'm stationed here all year round. I'm afraid I don't get many chances to return to the city. Though I don't stand on ceremony. How may I assist you? If everything's in order, you'd better head back to the city. It's not safe here.
I've checked the lines. There don't seem to be any major problems. All that's left is the energy hub. The guard over there said that I needed an encryption key to open the gate. Can you help me out? Anything wrong, Dunn?
Sorry, Serval, but can you tell me what Captain Japard told you?
Hi, Suffering.
Huh? Oh, let me think. Hey, sis, the energy supply lines in the restricted zone have malfunctioned. Those useless engineers can't find the problem. Something like that?
And may I ask, when did he contact you?
This morning? Yeah, that's right. He's on urban patrol duty today, right? That's why he popped round and asked the favor.
Aha. Captain Japard just returned to the front line. I could reconfirm with him?
Huh? Hold up, he's back? That can't be. He was still in the city a little while ago.
You haven't changed, Serval. You're still a lousy liar. These people you've brought, they're not workshop assistants, right? Serval, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you should remember that I'm a Belobog Silvermane guard.
Oh dear.
You can leave, and I won't tell anyone about this incident. But the outsiders must remain.
There goes the negotiation.
I brought you guys here, and I'm standing with you till the end. Done, this concerns the fate of Belobog. No, the fate of our whole world. Please, don't stand in our way.
Serval! We used to rehearse together every day, you must understand. My rock and roll soul is to uphold the dignity of a soldier.
Oh, into a battle.
Move carefully.
Time for a shot.
I've no interest in conflict.
Stay close!
The truth
Really?
of life and death, revealed in the sanctuary, is but a vision.
Here stands the Silvermane Guard!
Enemy targets detected.
Let's go.
Rules.
Oh, we're taking damage.
Naughty child. That's better.
Thanks for the support. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
This is our chance. Yeah.
Healing again.
Fighting is meaningless.
Oh, it's down. Come on.
I'm okay.
Commencing support.
Okay. Good.
Serval? Why?
I'm sorry, Dunn. Time for a little nap.
He's just unconscious. Don't worry.
Stubborn fool. Strong, though. Wildfire lacks people like him.
Got it. The encryption key. Quick, before we attract attention, let's...
I think we attracted attention.
That's the enemy attack alarm. Every Silvermane guard in the reserve zone just became our enemy.
Yeah.
We've made it up till now.
I'm taking the game slowly and only playing it on stream.
I have to lay
So-
eyes on the Stellaron. Quick, back to the energy supply hub. Anyone that tries to stop us is gonna find out a thing or two.
Okay.
If I'd known he had the encryption key from the start, I could have snuck in and taken it off him myself.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, Sela. Activating the gear bridge alone would have been enough to expose us.
Get speed up this bit.
Nap time.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
3 waves? Really? We're gonna have to run past
Net
them.
markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Rules are made to be broken.
Dear me. Okay, done. Yeah, we're taking it slowly,
Reach the
so.
end of the story in your own way.
What's that?
Okay, now they're providing support to each other.
Netmarker's activated. Time for a good old counterattack. The combat report will be ready soon.
This should be the last one. Looking at it.
Is but a vision. Break.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah. Ouch! Netmarker's activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Alright. Cool. So we need in here. Control. Confirm.
You're in.
This feels like a trap.
Oh, it's open. Oh. Quietly.
Give me some time. Who designed this operating system? It's so unintuitive. Emergency fire evacuation system? Not that. Rock and roll dance floor atmosphere mode? Who the heck added that? And they used one of my songs! Your bridge control terminal. Still found it. That's it. I've reset the energy system. Let's go and operate the gear bridge terminal.
Hey!
Serval, won't more Silvermane guards be waiting for us on the other side of the gear bridge?
Yup.
Then what's our plan?
Well, either we reason with them or charge.
Careful. There's a big guy up ahead.
There's no other way. We'll have to fight.
If we can beat Svarog, we can beat this one. Let's go.
Okay.
Move carefully.
Oh, this guy, I think.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Enemy targets
I
detected.
hate this guy.
Let's make it quick.
Nap time.
I have no interest in conflict.
But yeah, once we've continued the story quite a bit, I should be able to get another... do a temple at some point.
Let's go.
Enemy data secured. Netmarker's activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Naughty child.
Fighting.
Ugh, why does that deal
are
so
meant to be
much
broken.
damage?
Commencing support.
Yeah.
Time for a shot. That's better.
Much better.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me. The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Let's make it quick.
Nap time.
Please.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another?
Oh, yay, I did it. And let's
The
go.
combat report will be ready soon.
Energy restored. System online. Certification enabled. Come on. 40%. 65%. We did it. We've gained access to the gear bridge. Let's move. Perfect. Okay. We need to get to the front line.
We could have a problem. Your brother may be there.
He probably is. Hopefully we don't bump into him, but if we do, we'll just have to try and talk to him.
Are you sure you can convince him?
I've probably got a 30% chance, or less.
Meaning it could end in a fight.
Haven't you noticed yet? Most of our convincing ends in a fight.
Yep, it
We need to be
does.
sure, Serval. If we can't reach a common understanding with your brother, will you stand with us?
Of course. My word is my bond. I said that I'd stand with you to the end, and I won't go back on that promise.
Before our next expedition, I need Himeko to teach me some negotiation skills. Beating people up all the time is cramping my elegance.
I haven't fought with Japard since he enlisted. He could never beat me when we were little, but now...
Quietly.
Yeah, he's there.
Serval. It really is you.
Wait, Japard? Listen to me.
When the sentry reported to me, I thought there must have been a misunderstanding. The enemy alarm had to be unrelated to your entry into the restricted zone. Perhaps the intruders had taken you hostage. And yet, step away from the intruders, Serval. Walk over slowly and stand behind me. You're different from them.
I'm sorry. We have an understanding. I stand with them. Give me a few minutes, just a few. I'll explain every...
Enough, Serval. Have you forgotten where we are? We Landaus ought to know this place better than anywhere. The outer reaches of the front line against the Fragmentum. Belobog's most strategic protective fortress. Every Silvermane guard here, every person here, is ready to sacrifice themselves. Ready to spill their blood for Belobog at a moment's notice. Yet here you are, leading fugitives into the restricted zone. Attacking my Silvermane comrades in arms. Hijacking the energy hub. Are you really worthy of the Landau name?
Why do you think I've come here? We found a way to dispel the eternal freeze, to seal the Fragmentum. It might be the only lifeline this world has left.
If that were true, why wouldn't you report to Madame Cocolia? Why would you sneak into the restricted zone and create chaos?
You don't understand. The one preventing us from getting close to the truth is Cocolia herself.
You have all seen the Supreme Guardian in person. Do you think you can act as you please because she didn't recognize your version of events?
Listen to me, Japard. The origin and
Goodness
spread of the
me.
Fragmentum is linked to the Stellaron. The meteorite in the Architect's records, it's...
I know about the Stellaron. It's exactly what the fugitives behind you are seeking. But the Madam Guardian has already revealed the truth to me. These people have ulterior motives, Serval. They want to steal this treasure from the Architects. The Madam Guardian has warned me before that you were indulging in fantasy. That you'd been exposed to forbidden knowledge. And that you would bring destruction down upon Belobog. I believe you, Serval. I believe you think you're acting with loyalty to the people. It's just... Guards, formation. Arrest these people. We could be inundated with Fragmentum monsters at any moment. We have no time to waste on them.
The forbidden is only forbidden to conceal the truth within. Cocolia's afraid that we'll seize on this knowledge. That the truth will spread far and wide. To save the world, we must risk it all. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Regardless, you should know by now your sister's never been one to back down. If there's something or someone you can't abide, you should stand up and resist. And if there's something you uphold, you should uphold it to the very end.
Save your explanation for the judge. You are charged with sabotaging the Silvermane Guard restricted zone. In my capacity as captain, I hereby order that these fugitives be arrested. This isn't like our childhood game, Serval. You won't get any leniency from me.
The barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero, Japard.
Didn't I tell you? All our negotiations end in combat.
Here we go.
Move carefully.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Oh my
Enemy targets
goodness.
detected.
Let's make it quick.
Thanks for the support.
Stay focused.
The truth of life and death with sanctuary is but a vision.
For glory.
Let's go.
Naughty child. Nap time.
In the name of preservation.
Commencing support. Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Time for a shot.
Rules are made to be broken.
Alright.
I've no interest in conflict.
I think we're doing it.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary.
I don't know whether we have to fully defeat him or just get him low.
Nap time.
Oh, I actually got him. God.
This guy knows how to put up a fight. I've never come up against anyone this relentless.
He just won't go down.
He's as stubborn as I am. It could be an argument or a fight. He'll do both to the death. That's why he bugs the heck out of me. That's enough, Japard. Take a look around you. You're the last man standing.
Even if I am, I won't yield.
We don't want you to yield through force of arms. That wouldn't be a victory for us.
Yeah, our goal is the same as yours, Serval's and Bronya's. We just want to preserve this world. There's no reason to turn against each other.
Japard, brother, surely now you can see the need for pragmatism. Even if you don't believe my outsider friends, you should believe me. Maybe I've wasted your trust. In which case, believe Bronya.
Lady Bronya?
There's nothing more to say, Japard. The decision is yours.
As a captain of the Silver Mane Guards, I am duty-bound to carry out the orders of the Supreme Guardian. But Lady Bronya is the commanding officer for the front lines. According to military protocol, if the frontline directives of the commanding officer clash with those of the architects behind the lines, a soldier must remain at their post and await further directives. For the Silvermane Guards, the Guardian's orders are paramount and absolute. But there is something of equal importance in the oath we take.
The people of Belobog.
If we lose the people, we lose the reason for our existence.
Yeah.
Our fight with the Fragmentum monsters is for the sake of preservation. But our fight with you? I fail to see the purpose. If you are truly able to prevent our endlessly unfolding misfortunes, then the people of Belobog are indebted to you. But if you are using lies to mask your true intentions, using my sister and Bronya for your own ends, I swear by Klepoth that I will carry out your punishment without an ounce of mercy.
They're not lying. I promise you.
You must be Zila. You are a skilled fighter. Your combat style is nothing like that of the guards.
Regardless of what you believe, these guys have been a great help to the underworld. Many people would vouch for them.
I'm sure. If you want to advance further northward, you must traverse an area entirely corroded by the Fragmentum. It's the only way to get to the snow plains on the other side. The guards can give you some time before the next wave of attacks is upon us.
Okay. At a pause point.
I gotta admit, I had a lot of misunderstandings about the Silvermane guards. They're fighting for survival here every day, just like Wildfire. The difference is we're making a stand for freedom, while they're just carrying out orders. Put ourselves in their shoes? Easier said than done. Everyone has their struggles, but how can we understand them if we can't even see each other? Of course I do. I've understood them for a while now. But as far as I can tell, she doesn't need other people's understanding. She needs to understand her own heart. It's the same with Japard. I could tell it took a lot for him to lay down his arms. I think I can already hear the storm on the other side of the city walls. Not a reassuring sound. I hope Serval's right. That supreme lunatic better not have harmed Bronya.
You see? Brothers and sisters need to have a scrap once in a while to get back on good terms. Enough apologizing. My ears can't take any more. Honestly, this would have happened sooner or later. You just gave me an excuse to bring everything forward.
Used to beat him up.
What's wrong with a bit of violent coexistence between siblings? Seems pretty normal to me. I'm pulling your leg. Since I left the military, my brother and I have always steered clear of certain sensitive topics. Thinking about it, perhaps he's just been looking out for my feelings, shielding me all along.
Maybe.
Knowing my temper, my brother almost certainly went to great lengths on many occasions for me. I should be thanking him.
Zolin Nakoma raided my stream with 12 viewers.
Thank you so much for the raid, Zolin. We've just gotten to a slowing down point, just talking to some people in the game.
I may never have come face to face with it, but this Stellaron cost me a nice, stable job. It's time to get even.
Playing through the game slowly.
Actually,
I've been enjoying a lot of it.
Selfish motive. I want to prove to Cocolia that I was right. Once we've taken care of the Stellaron, maybe she'll go back to how she was. Sorry, hardly the time for me to be obsessing over all this.
Got that.
As I mentioned, if we want to progress further north, we're gonna have to cross that. Now, if you're ready to get on stage, let's push for that standing ovation.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to do a temple later in the stream. Oh my goodness. Really? But yeah, my name's Lacie. I'm a variety streamer. I play a mixture of different games, from Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh! To Star Rail, Genshin, and stuff like that. I stream quite a few days a week, and I post my schedule up on Twitter for anyone who's interested in checking that out.
Inventory complete.
I'm currently playing through Star Rail at the moment. We're still, like, we haven't gotten too far into the game. I haven't maxed out, like, the characters yet. We're only on world level 1 as well. So we're kind of like in that in-stream bit where I'm just slowly progressing through the story. So look here. Japard. god.
As soon as the restricted zone gate is open, the monsters on the other side will turn out in full force. The guards will do their best to stall them and buy you some time. Once you've
Especially
broken
the
through
fact
the
we
front
just
line,
beat up a load of them.
there's
It's
nothing
going to
more
be
we can
difficult
do
for
you.
them.
You'll have to find out for yourselves what lies within the northern fragmentum. So, have you made up your minds?
Yep, we're ready.
Understood. Keep your weapons close. This will
Ah,
be a
no
fierce fight.
worries. Have a good day, Dylan. Hopefully work goes okay.
Guards, open the gate.
Yeah, I'm going to be streaming for a good couple of hours as I slowly get through this. I've been really enjoying the story though, so... Oh, and they're already here.
Are you dealing with attacks like this every day?
It's a common occurrence. Guards, formation.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't owe the guards any favors when this is done.
For universal peace.
Here they come.
Steel yourselves.
Another fight? Yes, another fight. 3 waves, really? Okay.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another?
Let's go.
Time for a shot.
Man, this game really likes giving you loads of waves.
Not good.
Okay. Okay, that gone. That's the first wave gone. Let's
Enemy
use
data
this.
secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Single target. Oh, targeted the wrong one.
Commencing support.
Let's get rid of that. Let's heal.
Just in time.
And then do that.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant.
Let's get rid of that.
It's but a vision.
Let's make it quick.
Yeah. Naughty chub nap time. How many of them are there?
Last wave, hopefully.
These guys are not. Hold the line. Are meant to be broken.
Fighting is meaningless.
Get rid of that. So let's heal.
Don't worry about me.
And
Enemy targets.
yay, battle over. My goodness.
I told you, Japard, the barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero.
This is only the first wave. They'll have reassembled soon. I have to.
Hey, Mr. Silvermane, listen to your sister. I can tell just by looking at you that you haven't fully
I mean,
recovered.
we beat him up basically, so he's not full strength anywhere.
Outsiders. Zila, the second wave hasn't started yet. Make the most of this opportunity and make a break for it.
Huh? Serval, aren't you gonna look for the Stellaron with us?
My brother can't hold them back by himself. He wasted a lot of energy on us. He's my responsibility now. Besides, if I'm not here to help, I don't know what might happen in the next wave. I want to go with you. I do. I always wanted to catch a glimpse of the Stellaron with my own eyes, and now it's so close. But I can't abandon my brother and the other guards. I'm a Landau. It's up to you now. I believe in you. You've given me new hope. Get hold of the Stellaron before Cocolia realizes what's happening.
Let's
Hey,
go.
Marge. Don't forget to take a picture of the Stellaron for me.
Say no more. We're good at this. Don't worry.
Feels like it's getting close to the end of the story. It's hard to tell. Oh.
Fragmentum activity is intensifying. Something's happening on Urilo 6. Shouldn't we go down there, Himiko?
Have faith in them. Besides, this is her first trailblazing expedition. How will she be able to look back fondly without a few twists and turns? Are you bored, Welt? I understand. But we have lots of opportunities ahead of us. Let's leave the memories of this expedition for them.
So you think they'll be safe, right?
Yes, we haven't seen any Eon or Emanator level imaginary reactions. Relax. This is a young person's adventure. We shouldn't interfere. At most, we could offer a little off-site assistance.
So they might appear. Or give us assistance like power boosts, maybe? I don't know.
The fragmentum Japard was talking about?
Compared to this, the corrosion we saw in Backwater Pass pales into insignificance. Serval said that the Stellaron was very likely hidden in the snow plains north of Belobog. If we want to get there, I'm afraid we'll have to find the exit to this fragmentum maze first.
Guys,
Okay.
does this place feel weird to you? It feels like there are loads of eyes staring at us.
This place makes my flesh crawl. Like there are insects under my skin.
We have no
Okay,
guide,
that
no
is
way of
like a
detecting
really
the
bad
Stellaron.
description.
We'll just have to advance gradually and cautiously. Don't be disheartened. The stronger the fragmentum contamination, the closer we are to the source.
Keep on doing that. So let's exit.
Oh, look! Up ahead on the ground. What is that?
Be careful.
This is Bronya's. Yeah, so she's been here already?
Whoa! Quick, look!
Huh?
That's Bronya! Huh? Is that Cacolia too?
No, it isn't them. It must be a kind of echo? Some type of residual energy replicated by the fragmentum.
Which means they were definitely here, right? And it looks like they went that way.
Just in time. We had no idea which direction to take. Let's go.
Okay. Timed. Slows down. That's creepy.
We're deep inside the fragmentum. Let's look for other clues first.
Okay, so we're not allowed down there.
Objects that have been exposed to fragmentum corrosion might not be stable. I wouldn't touch that device if I were you.
Basically, they're saying just follow. Yeah.
You still haven't told me what this place is, Mother.
700 years ago, this was Belobog's northern border, and the site of an ancient battle. Here is where Elisa Rand led the first Silvermane Guards in resistance against the Legion. Now, it is nothing more than an abandoned corridor, filled with the sounds of old world echoes. Don't let its fragmented appearance fool you, Bronya. On the day the promise is fulfilled, these ruins will become the breeding ground of a new world.
Ooh.
Mother,
Okay.
do you truly believe the Stellaron's promise? It summoned the blizzard beyond our walls and opened the door of the fragmentum. It destroyed our civilization.
And yet, the crime of our ancestors was their inability to embrace that destruction sooner.
What?
From the moment those intruders descended from beyond the sky, this world was handed a death sentence. But the Stellaron has reserved for us a thread of hope.
Wasn't this still
There is a price to pay for new life, wiping away every decaying vestige of the old world, renouncing the meaningless and lingering struggle. This is the price promise
Okay.
is fulfilled, Bronya. No longer will we have to squander our lives guarding this wasteland. You and I will witness the new world rise from the ruins.
Oh,
It's like she's giving up on this world to make a new controller acting up. Nice.
This is a complex mechanism. How did they get past?
I knew this wouldn't be simple. Wait! Wasn't there some big energy hub-looking thing back in that empty area? Let's go back and take a look. Maybe it's linked to this gate.
I can't say I like the idea of interacting with our surroundings, especially this deep into the fragmentum. However, there's no other way. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh, only opened one of them.
It worked, right? But the gate didn't move an inch.
Are there other units around?
It's clear that whoever designed these mechanisms didn't want outsiders to get through too easily. Let's keep looking for the energy hub.
So I need 3 more. So the gate. My controller's acting up. Oh my goodness. There we go. So that's a dead end. Can I access that from the other side? Nope.
Look, over there! I think I can see the next unit.
Oh, I see it too. Let's go.
Speed this up a little.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
There we go. I have no clue where we're going. Might have looked at the map.
Too late to repent. This sanctuary is but a vision. Quick!
Just a scratch.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, it looks like there's a boss up there. Okay. Have a look here. So that's where we need to get up. I don't know. It looks like we should go this way. Or maybe that thing opened this gate. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Probably open the gate. Let me just check what's up here. Level-wise.
Inventory
Okay,
complete. Analyze the targets
42.
before you make a plan of action.
We'll leave that for later. Yeah, I think we have to go back. Ah, here's a gate. One sec. Oh, this one's complex. Okay. There we go. Find treasure, please. We'll have to move the bridge, it looks like. Okay.
Fighting is meaningless.
Ready for another?
Let's make it quick. That'll do.
Okay, that's gone.
Enemy targets.
Let's go. Yeah.
I'm gone.
Are those monsters guarding the energy hub?
It seems like it. Huh. Strange. Fragmentum monsters would usually destroy man-made objects.
Did you hear that? This mechanism must be on now. Come on, let's find the next one.
Where is the next mechanism? Oh, behind that gate.
There's no switch. We need to find a way around.
I've never seen such a desolate place. At least in Rivet Town, you could tell that people used to live there.
Rivet Town is only at...
Okay, so we can follow the thing and get that done. Looks like Stray Ahead is one of them, and the controls are falling off now. What's this? Well, it says it appears to be a resistant space tornado by fragment as it eroded. Have enough corrosion. Ah, defeat enemies to get relics. Looks like we only have access to the first one. Looks like it's a set amount. Let's ask for help with this. So we go. Looks like we can finally farm relics. I'm presuming this is going to be harder. Maybe it's only one way. It didn't look.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Troublesome. Rules are made to be broken.
This is our chance.
This battle is unavoidable. Naughty chap. Nap time.
Okay, two waves.
Just in time. Just a little
Yeah.
something. Think nothing of it.
Get rid of.
Let's make it quick.
We're barely not defeating them.
You'll pay for it. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
I've no interest in conflict. The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Okay, one left.
Let's go. Yeah.
Nap time.
Yes.
Oh, it hits
This
too.
battle is unavoidable.
Fighting is meaningless.
Yeah.
You'll pay for this.
I've no interest in conflict. The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Hello.
Let's make it quick.
Slowly chipping it down.
Rules are made to be broken.
That's better.
Don't
This
worry
battle
about
is
me.
unavoidable.
That's a
Just in
heal.
time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
My goodness. Quite a little level thing. I said it was level 38.
More than that.
Gone. 4. Okay. Wow, we tested that out. That's cool. Okay. We'll grab that in a sec.
Fighting is meaningless.
Speed this up.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Nap time.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Okay, gone. That's red. Flying thing gone. Basic treasure. Let's grab this. There's a door down there. One more. I think I saw the last one.
Success! Another mechanism shut down.
I want to ask you a question. Do you still remember those dreams you mentioned to us? I know you're wide awake right now, but I need you to try. See if you can recall the voice you heard. Well? This is merely speculation, but perhaps the voice you heard is the Stellaron somehow conveying information to Cocolia.
Okay.
And the one in your body is resonating with the Stellaron on this world.
Huh? You mean that Stellarons can communicate? I've never heard that before.
Well, there's never been a human that could accommodate a Stellaron in their body.
Then, aren't we walking straight into a trap?
Maybe.
Yes. And Bronya may well be the bait.
Don Hung's speculations are usually right on the money. But even if we've guessed right, we can't go home now.
There's no way back anyway. At least Cocolia won't catch us off guard now. So what if it's an ambush? We're not about to lose now. I have to save Bronya, beat Cocolia, and crush this Stellaron thing to dust.
Ah. Let's open this door over here. Ah, we went for the right one. I didn't realize it was that. Okay, we need to move this. Yeah. No, we can't do that.
Is this right?
Where is it? I'm trying to look it up.
If you want to get to the other side, we'll need to rotate the gear bridge again and go around.
Where are we going? I'm pretty sure I got it. It was set up right last time. Maybe I'm just using it. Okay, which way do you have to rotate that? Because there's two entryways. There's one and two blocked off ways, right? Oh, I got it. So we need to turn it like this, and then we need to walk around the other direction. I got it. So go through this and go around. Yeah, it feels that way. I'm really worried about the end, because, you know, of all this. Interesting to see what the ending is. What about this one's trying to fall off the edge? Okay. Let's deal with the traffic light thing.
We have the upper hand. Naughty
Fighting is me.
Enemy targets detected.
Past
there,
victories don't
hidden,
guarantee
hidden.
future ones.
Anyway. Oh man. We're slowly getting through the story. We finally opened the door.
Done. It took some effort, but we finally cracked these mechanisms.
We're one
Yeah, and
step
then we got
closer to
control
Bronya.
of this one. Counterclockwise? Yeah, got it. One step closer to Bronya. Yes. Let's go back to the main area. We already listened to the echo. Treasure.
Whoa, check this place out. Tables and sentry posts? There must have been Silvermane guards stationed here.
Hey, what on earth's that?
If there were, they left a long time ago. Huh. There might be valuable information.
Looks like another completely new monster.
Considering where we are, it would be surprising if we didn't run into strange enemies here.
I don't care how strange it is. It's blocking our way. Let's get...
So that's blocked off. Ooh. Something to grab. Whoa, it uses electricity?
Move carefully.
Just a scratch. Judgment is here.
What
Ready
did
for
that
another?
do?
Enemy data secured. Net marker
Yeah, I'm not sure what that did.
counterattack.
Let's go.
Damage reduction. Oh my, that did a lot of
Are
damage.
made to be broken.
Naughty child. That's
My
better.
goodness.
Much
Fighting
better.
is meaningless.
Man, the damage output is sometimes really worrying.
Truth of life and
It's like, you know,
sanctuary is but a
if they
vision.
accidentally hit like, what, 3-4 times in a row, they'll take out the character.
The redemption. Prayers won't help.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Much better.
Time for a
Almost
shot.
there though.
Commencing sup ready for another.
I've lost my way.
Yeah, that reminds me of a, like one of the
This
Genshin
enemy
enemies.
is completely different. If I didn't know it was a product of the Fragmentum, I'd think we were fighting a human.
Unlike those random low-level Fragmentum creations, this one seems to have a mind of its own. It seems to be able to use complex tactics.
Look, Bronya and Kokolia's echoes. They must have come through here. That means we must be really close, right?
I sense that we're very near to the northern snow plains.
Let's see, what are you talking about this time?
This is where the first Guardian led the Silvermane guards into battle. She made huge sacrifices for the sake of temporary respite. But the otherworldly Legion did not tire. She soon realized that flesh and blood could not contend with so ruthless an enemy. When all was nearly lost, she chose to set her sights on the Stellaron and made the first wish. As for what came later, you know as well as I.
So, the eternal freeze was a disaster brought about by a human wish?
Ironic, no? All the Stellaron did was answer humanity's call. and yet we kept its existence a closely guarded secret for centuries. Even going so far as to attempt to use it to control the Stellaron. Woeful. Laughable.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, something created using otherworldly technology. An inhibitor that a corporation from the old world and the architects attempted to use to house the Stellaron. Oh, I know you have many questions, my daughter. Be patient. Soon you will have all the answers.
The Stellaron basically granted a wish to... That kind of reminds me of, like, you know, the legend is, I think, was it Wind Waker a bit? You know, how they wished the gods and they flooded the world, but told certain people to get to high ground, basically. It's kind of like that, but I don't think anyone had any warning for this instance. There we go. Go find me treasure. So I could sending us a different line.
I've no interest.
3 waves. Let's speed it up.
Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Yeah.
Now
I'm questioning if I should put a fire character in the team. I don't
Net
know.
markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Rules are made to be broken.
Justin, just a little something.
Think over for a sec.
Much better.
Enemy targets ready for another.
Let's make it quick.
Now
Too late to repent.
Okay, God. Okay. So. Is that another one?
Wait.
Dear me, we're going like a very different route.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant. This sanctuary is but a vision.
I think I knocked it out of speed up.
Enemy targets detected.
Yeah, I did.
Let's go. Yeah.
naughty child.
Fight it.
Commencing support.
Okay, that's gone. This thing goes quite far. And it's gone. Okay, let's have a look. Whoa! Can I do this? Yeah, I'm not doing that enemy yet. That thing's gonna be difficult. I'm gonna lose pretty much all my health going against that. There's another one here too. It's like, yeah. I'll leave that until I increase the world level, I think. Increase my character's level more. And have better artifacts and stuff. Okay. You go this way, right? Oh, that needs there. Okay, done. Oh man, they're probably coming up to cross soon.
No interesting.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Whoa! Really?
Rules are made to be broken.
I hope there's a heal somewhere around here.
We have the ready for another.
My goodness, we're getting destroyed.
The combat
Okay.
report will be ready soon.
Yeah, there is one. It's like we're coming close to the end. I want to see how much defense we got. It seems like Pella gets hit really hard. So HP's lower than everyone else. Or HP than I sort of feel it really. None of our relics have been powered up. I think there's HP %. No one does. Bad. Yeah. Spencer. She always seems to get hit really hard. At least now our defense is around where everyone else's is.
Wait. It's that shadow of hers again. But Bronya's isn't with her this time.
It's only
Oh
a
dear.
fragmentum illusion. Let's get a closer look.
Oh dear, why is Bronya not with her?
It feels like this echo is different from the others before.
Intruders.
Did she just speak?
You cannot approach.
Not good. March, out the way!
The Stellaron.
Whoa, what?
Intruders. Oh, you go no further.
Are you sure this isn't the real?
We have no characters that are strong against her.
But the fragmentum can be forgeries.
Enemy targets.
Bring her down.
Fire, electric, and I can't remember what the last one is. Which is a pain, because it means we'll just have to hit her as hard as possible. Makes me wish I had Hook on my team. Oh, lovely.
Net markers activated. Time for
Ooh, our
good
main
old
character's getting hit quite hard. Okay, that's gone. I need to heal.
Just in time. Just a little something.
Oh no!
Don't worry about me.
The eternal freeze will bury you.
That looks bad.
Rules are made to be broken.
Nap time.
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Judgment of eternal winter.
Whoa!
Let's make it quick. Yeah.
Time for a shot. That's better.
Thanks for the support.
Everyone there.
Commencing support. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old
Come
counterattack.
on.
Much better.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Well, below 50%.
I'm okay.
Let's go. Yeah. A world devoured by ice. Witness.
Why do you keep... Okay, that's gone.
A fin of eternal winter.
The sanctuary.
Oh my goodness.
Let's make it quick. Rules are made to be broken.
Naughty child.
Someone was about to go. Come on.
Thanks for the support.
I've no interest
Enemy
in
data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
I think we're on top of stuff currently, but if we lose a character, then there's going to be
Just a little
issues.
something. Think nothing of it.
Much better. Let's go. Yeah.
Time for a shot.
Don't worry
Commencing
about me.
support. Ready for another?
21. We're gonna have to heal.
Just a scratch.
I've no interest in conflict.
Freeze to death. The eternal freeze will bury you. Let's make it quick. Yeah.
Naughty child.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Fin of eternal
Use
winter.
afterwards.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
I think we have this.
Rules are made to be broken.
Wow.
The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
6. 3.
Let's go.
1.
Nap time.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was difficult.
She disappeared.
Those stairs. It's the only way forward.
Wherever they lead, it must be the end of the journey.
I don't want to get to the end so soon. I want my journey to go on forever.
This means that Bronya is up ahead. And so is the fate of the overworld and the underworld. It's all in our hands. Strange. I thought I'd feel nervous or afraid, but I don't. The only feeling I have is that none of this seems real.
I don't even know.
Not
Let's wait
always. Sometimes it's a happier conclusion.
The Express has traveled world after world. We are merely passing travelers, witnesses to part of a grander story. We invariably avoid getting drawn into turbulence that can decide the fate of a world. But there are always times when we have no choice but to act.
Or to put it another way, this is one heck of a first trailblazing expedition. You hit the jackpot.
I was about to bore you all with my gloomy reflections, but on second thought, not today. Adventuring with you guys by my side has made me feel like no obstacle is too big.
Right on.
Ah.
But you can say whatever you like. A good adventure shouldn't be full of rules and regulations. Helping those in need, befriending those worth counting on, and saving the world a few times along the way.
Oh god. I am going to just go over here and here. Oh, that thing respawned. Do I need to change characters, or do you think... Oh man. Oops, where am I going? Archers. No. If this is where the boss is happening, we might fail this a few times. I'm gonna try, because fire seems to be strong. We'll try putting Hook on the team. Start challenge. Oh man. Okay.
It's freezing here. The blizzard's so fierce. Now the power from the Trailblaze path isn't enough to stop the cold.
It means that we're getting closer to the Stellaron, and the heart of the Eternal Freeze.
Anything? Nope. Oh my goodness.
What is this? Oh, it's scary.
It's like an insect trapped in amber.
I bet the Antimatter Legion forces never thought they'd be swallowed up by the Eternal Freeze when they invaded this world. Even in the ice, could these guys still be alive?
Not
I'm
Jane.
impressed you can still think up jokes right now.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oops. Yeah, it's best not to unfreeze.
Built this?
Very different from the uniform style of the buildings we saw in the city.
Does it look like the palm of a huge hand to you?
Yeah. Goodness.
If Cocolia threatens us by taking Bronya hostage...
We have to save her. The underworld... No. The entire planet relies on her.
Right here? Oh, is that the Stellar? There they are. Let's have a look. We'll come in.
No. Do not resist, Bronya. Accept the common will.
No! I don't want this.
Look upon their promised future, Bronya. A world without poverty, without cold, without suffering. A world where people no longer have to pray like prisoners for survival. A world that we can guard for all eternity. 700 years ago, we tried and fought unceasingly, believing that the radiance of human nature could shepherd us towards rejuvenation. And to what end? A crushing defeat.
Yeah, she gone crazy.
Faced with irrefutable strength, is our first thought always to resist, to cover our ears instead of hearing the call. It is the conceit and cowardice entrenched in the depths of human nature, so difficult to efface. Cast them aside. Break free of the chains that bind you. The Stellaron will lead humanity to evolve, and they will.
Your brainwashing ends here, you witch!
Zila?
You came. I thought the blizzards had entombed you.
You wish. We're not going down before you do. Bronya! I don't know what happened between you and them. Even if you explained it to me, I probably wouldn't understand all the crazy details. But there are two things I do know. One, these guys have come through hell to get here, to seal this Stellaron thing. And two, remember what I said? If anything happened to you, I'd save you. Do you understand? Even if the damage is done, even if you've completely forgotten our promise, then I'm just gonna have to knock you out and bring you back myself.
Seele. All of you.
Finished? I think I've given you long enough to bid farewell. It's time I told you my other reason for bringing you here. I want to witness your choice. I have told you all the truths there are to tell. The deal with the Stellaron, the wish I made to it. There are no more secrets between us. Many years ago, the voice of the Stellaron sounded in my ears for the first time. I was no different from the previous generations of Guardians. I withdrew, refused to hear. I was as you are now, bitterly defending the Architect's so-called preservation. My conviction was once steadfast, unparalleled. Until a sudden change arrived and threw everything into chaos. Another choice appeared before me. A subversion of the old order, and the welcoming of a new world. And compared to the illusory, ever more distant preservation, this was so tangible. I have agonized, long agonized over how to convey all this to you. Inevitably, the promised tomorrow will transpire. But if you were not there beside me to watch over that new world, then I would descend into torment. Bronya. Enduring torment. Perhaps I should be thanking you, outsiders. The pressure you have imposed has at long last compelled me to confront my final weakness. Bronya, throughout your life, I have never forced you to submit to my will. You have always, will always have a choice. As then, so now. Choose, my daughter.
Madame Cocolia, I am grateful to you for raising me and for allowing me the privilege of choice. But I am sorry, Mother. On this, our final occasion, I cannot stand with you. You say that conceit and cowardice lie in the depths of human nature. Perhaps you're right. Desperation sheds a light on the darkest recesses of the heart. What about those simply struggling for survival, fighting for something better? I've witnessed their light on the front lines, in the underworld, in places you have overlooked. Our ancestors built this city, striving in the bitter snow to prolong our civilization. Even if this world is doomed to fall apart, we should allow humanity to pave the way to its final outcome, not hand over our fate to the seed of ruin. We are Guardians, Mother, chosen from among the masses. Our duty is to preserve the world built by humanity. We are not gods. We are not arbiters. You seek to crush human nature underfoot while masquerading as an arbiter and a god. I cannot let you.
So, this is your choice. I understand, Bronya.
Do you though?
Pity. Such a pity that you will never see that resplendent world. Unable to free yourself from the shackles of your mind. You know what? You were supposed to be the mother of the new world.
Oh dear.
It's shaking! What's happening?
That sign.
The fate of this city of Belobog is sealed. Its future will unfold in our hands. And you will become the foundation of the new world. You must break the old to build the new.
Oh dear.
Supreme Guardian commands you. Rise, engine of creation!
It's one of the Architect's ancient machines! Watch out, all of you!
Right, did you get that? No. She got a mech! Oh my goodness, she has a mech. Why do I feel like this is going to go worse than I thought?
This robot's 1,000 times bigger than Svarog.
Okay, so we can only target these guys at the moment.
Still surrender!
Engine, break them!
We have to stop it!
It'll take more than that.
Naughty Chuck nap time.
Fighting is meaningless.
I'm okay.
Much better.
Whoops, I wasn't supposed to activate that. Oh my goodness, really?
Just in time. Just a little something.
Oh my god, I was trying to back out.
Much better.
Accidentally activated the wrong one.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant. The sanctuary
Oh wow.
is but a vision. Break!
How can we bring a giant like this down?
I've no interest
Oh,
in
a different time.
the truth of life and death, with a sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Okay, come on.
Rules are made to be broken. Yeah.
Fighting is meaningless.
This is our chance.
Our healer is locked.
It's no interest in conflict.
Okay, it's gone. Oh. What happened there? Something went boom.
Himeko! It's Himeko!
Hello? Can you hear me? The signal's terrible.
Himeko! You finally spared a thought for us.
What are you talking about? Weldon, I've been up on the and you the time. You've got quite the trailblazing mission on your hands. So, how did that guy work? Or, importantly, how do you stop him from working? Over to you guys, I guess.
Yep, it's over to us to stop them. Oh, they're climbing! I wish I could knock them out. Oh, and of course I'm losing frames.
Grab hold of me!
Yeah, you need to hit it in the face. Oh my goodness, we are losing frames like crazy. Whoa! Really?
Behold, the power granted by them!
Whoa! She went Super Saiyan.
Listen to the power surge! Sing! The Stellaron's promise is the only hope for this world. Just as it dispelled the Antimatter Legion 700 years ago, so too will it wipe you from the face of this world!
Really? Only
Stay
against...
alert.
Batter up!
Why is it only me?
You're out!
Let's make it quick.
Yeah!
Let's go.
Yeah!
Wow, we're about to die.
Humanity, so weak and foolish, always overestimating their abilities. Let me bestow upon you despair!
Oh dear, that's not good. Oh dear.
Is this the universe? But I was fighting Cocolia. Why am I here? The last
Very
time I
pretty.
came here, I drew Nanook's gaze. Could it be?
The return.
The commercial district has fallen. We've transferred the residents to the outer municipal districts for the time being. The garrison lost 26 fighters. But
Go on, Japard.
I'm not sure that they're dead. I saw their broken figures lingering in the fragmentum. What happened back there defied all reason. It was madness. Madam Guardian, if this continues...
I know well the consequences, Japard. You may leave.
Gosh, she really doesn't care. Well, that's...
Why do you hesitate, Cocolia? Isn't this what you've always been hoping for? Get out of this cage and take a look at the city. What is there to lose? The efforts of our predecessors, their unfinished research. We can finally see them come to fruition. Give me some soldiers and I'll locate the Stellaron and find out how to save our world.
You need to come to your senses, Serval.
Come to my senses? What are you...
Guards! Miss Serval is tired. Take her to rest. Sequester her lab and detain the researchers. Their work is illegal.
Why, Cocolia? Why have you grown so cold?
Serval Landau, you were my most cherished friend.
Gosh. What's another one?
Madam Cocolia,
Seems it's a pistol.
the monsters are surging this way. It's too dangerous here.
Foolish.
Oh, she really does not care about
Only
anyone.
Only I can understand. They have eyes that do not see, ears that do not hear.
God.
Feast on their willful ignorance. Absolve them of their stupidity and fear.
Gosh. Another one.
Mother, I still don't understand. The fragmentum corrosion has already spread to the underworld. How will those below ground fend for themselves if we withdraw every guard?
The automatons will ensure their safety. The most important defensive position is here on the surface. If our lines crumble, the underground will vanish in an instant. Our defenses here must be maintained at all costs. These are the choices we make, Bronya. As a leader, you must harbor the courage and foresight to choose. You, me,
Oh, someone's standing
and
over
every
there.
silver main guard in the city, all of us must carry out a higher mission. There will come a day when you must make your own choice. Do you understand?
Higher mission?
It is too early, Bronya. Still too early. You will understand when the time is right.
Who's that?
The city is drowning in tears. The power of the preservation is fading.
Guardian's will.
We could not defy the will of the Stellaron after all. Yes, but we have no right to judge. The fragmentum had been expanding for the past 700 years. There is no faith nor wealth left for our successors. Only despair. To see the home we vowed to preserve wither away. That in itself is torture. Not to mention the haunting whisper of temptation. The day will come when even the strongest of wills cannot help but give in to such influence. It is only a matter of time before the Amber Lord forsakes us. You are but a stranger to us. And yet you seek to bond your destiny to ours. So be it. What is there to lose when so much has already been lost? Touch the light of the Amber, Trailblazer. See if your will can attract their gaze.
Getting a new baseball bat? Oh. Oh. You could do it. Are we going again? No, it can't.
Will of Preservation has made its choice.
Of the plight of this world. Nothing of the wait for its
Where the music's gone epic.
Even if we are doomed to destruction, we will go bravely, walking hand in hand into the darkness.
No, that end won't come to pass while we're around.
A brave new world.
Trial character.
Indestructible.
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Come on, we have to win this. Come on, first time attempt.
Is but a vision.
Naughty
92.
children, don't listen. Nap time.
Lance at the ready.
All better now?
Nice teamwork.
Time to make some Follow, hook if you wanna win! Hit start, hook the great hazard ride! Make way!
Time for the old world to collapse.
We're even controlling the robot. Okay.
Fracture.
You're in bad shape.
It's too late to repent.
Lance ablaze.
Where?
Flaming lance. Forward.
Time for a shot.
You're a good person! What do you call it, small?
Clemency? Never heard of it. The truth of life and death. Reveal this sanctuary is but a vision.
I'm presuming this is phase 1 because I see 2 dots next to a thing.
Defend the weak.
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Naughty children, don't listen. Savor the vigor of it.
Follow, hook if you wanna win! Hit start, hook the great hazard ride! Make way!
You will not take away our hope.
Okay, that's phase 1.
unpredictable.
Yeah.
The power of the Stellaron is with me! You are but
The music's getting hyped.
soon to become ashes! Be the architect of a new world!
God, now I'm scared. The fact my healer's locked.
Flaming lance! Forward!
Abandonment, and our healer is back.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me.
Time for a shot. You're in bad shape.
The
Up
truth
down
of
the
life and
healer
death,
again.
revealed in this sanctuary, is but a vision.
The only redemption.
Time to make some mischief!
So she's still charging it. Oh, we broke her. Hook, you can get the final hit in. Hopefully. Unless there's a third wave. Battle over. She throws solid. Oh, no, there she is.
The Stellaron promised us the future. It will include everything!
Where her earring went. Oh no.
It's over.
Mother, did you wake up from that dream?
Wow. That was a tough trailblazing expedition. We made it! But, what are we gonna do with the Stellaron? It's usually Mr. Yang who handles it.
I've informed Himiko and Mr. Yang already. They'll seal the Stellaron.
Nice! The crisis on this world is basically over, right?
No.
The storm still rages on. Now that the Stellaron is sealed, the eternal freeze will slowly recede. Fragmentum won't aggressively expand anymore, but nor will it disappear. Eurilo 6 has a chance to return to life, but it will take time. It will depend on the efforts of the people here.
Thank you. All of you. This victory is only the beginning for Belobog. There is still much to do. The people will have felt the effects of the engine of creation. There are so many questions to answer, so many truths to reveal. I don't know whether I can get the people to accept all this.
I think telling the truth would be better, because that's
Can
what...
I really do that? Tell everyone about Mother's true motives? About a lie perpetrated for 700 years?
No. No. No way.
Seele.
I don't know how to explain it, but I don't think there's any other way. In the underworld, we tell the kids, things will be better tomorrow. Everyone knows it's a lie, but it gets them to sleep with some hope. Can you imagine the consequences if we told the people what happened here? They'd be devastated. If we can't trust the Guardians, who or what can we trust?
Mother died to preserve Belobog. What? The visitors from beyond the sky told her the secret of the Stellaron. She knew that Alyssa Rand, the first Supreme Guardian, had failed to destroy it. And yet, she decided to challenge its power. A power beyond human comprehension. Supreme Guardian Cocolia sacrificed herself to dispel the dark clouds enveloping this city. From here on out, that's the truth the world will hear. What do you think?
It keeps the hope of preservation alive, at least.
It's logical, and hard to disprove.
Why do we have to lie? I'm abstaining. I like telling the truth. But I get what you're trying to do.
Thank you for understanding. For many people, Mother was an outstanding guardian. The whole truth will live on in my mind. All the mistakes, madness, evil, dreams therein. I will be the one to carry that burden. Now, I must take over the duties of the Supreme Guardian and discard my naive fantasies.
Do the job together, you
I'm
two.
sorry, Seele. Please, protect this secret with me till the end of our lives.
Say no more. I know what to do.
Thank you. Well then, as promised, let's start rebuilding the bridge between the overworld and the underworld.
Start of a new history. Oh man.
Seele, can you tell everyone in the underworld that the Stellaron has been sealed? And tell them the blockade will soon be over, and they will breathe freely again soon.
Of course. Leave it to me. Nat's probably getting anxious about the delay.
While you do that, I'll head back to the administrative district. I need to tell Jabard and Serve.
Are you okay? What's wrong, Bronya? Do you feel sick?
I'm fine. I need to hurry.
She's exhausted. Quick, we need to think of something. You, help me out here.
Right. I almost forgot. You're still wanted by the guards. I might be an underworlder, but at least I don't stand out as much as you guys. That's settled then. I'll leave Nat to you. Remember to keep the secret. For Brun... No. For Belobog's sake.
So, wanna tell us what happened back there? Don't think you can just reappear on the battlefield with a cool weapon in your hands and skip the story. You drew the Amber Lord's gaze? Right at that moment? That's too much of a coincidence.
Oh, controller went.
She probably doesn't know what happened either. This wouldn't be the first time. Something similar happened when we faced the Doomsday Beast on the space station. Remember that glance from Nanook? Originally, we thought it was because the Stellaron was linked to the destruction. But now it seems to be more than that. We might need to speak with Mr. Yang to understand what's going on. Let's focus on the business at hand first. We shouldn't disrupt Himiko and Mr. Yang while they're dealing with the Stellaron. Let's talk once we're back on the Express.
You're right. We need to finish what we started. Let's hurry up and find Natasha.
Preservation. Okay. No. Item obtained. Ever burning amber. Open shortcut wheel. Okay. Switch. Okay, so you can change it. We'll have to change everything else. And a new thing to do. Okay. We'll switch back for now, but that's cool. So it's kind of like the Traveler, but a lot more accessible than Genshin. You just switch on the fly. Okay, so one sec. We need to navigate there. Navigate. All the time. Let's take a shortcut.
Look! There's a big crowd around the clinic! Do you think they felt the effects of the battle just now? Let's go ask around. Natasha! Oleg! Hope you didn't have to wait too long.
Oh, it's them.
You kids move fast. By the look on your faces, I assume you come bearing good news?
Yep. My controller will work. Oh, it's gone again. I need a new wire for it. Oh. Nope. Goodness, controller, please work. We don't have a wire to replace this at the moment.
You bet. You might not believe this, but we summoned up all our strength and then... maybe she should do the talking. I'm no good at serious stuff. I'll probably say something I'll regret.
We were there at the fight. We witnessed everything.
Oh my goodness, controller, please work.
Sacrificed herself, huh? Sure, yeah, that's the whole story.
Cocolia, in order to save Belobog, she... I see.
So the massive tremors we felt earlier were a result of the battle, right?
Thank you. I can't even imagine what you've been through up there. I'm just glad everything turned out all right. Oh, what about Zila?
Don't worry, she's all right. It took a big toll on Branya, so Zila took her over to the guards.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you're all okay.
Now that Cocolia's no more, I guess our Silvermane girl is about to become the next Supreme Guardian? She sees things through and doesn't go back on her word. The underworld will thrive again under her watch.
That's good.
Oh, we brought you a message from Branya. The blockade will soon be lifted. The people of the underworld will breathe freely.
Breathe freely. That's been our wish all along. March, Danheng, and you, can I ask for your help again? I want to get this news out to everyone. It'll lift their spirits and bring them hope.
Yeah, let's go tell everyone.
Thank you. Choose whoever you like. Wildfire will take care of the rest.
We've gotten to know a lot of Underworlders. Who do you think we should start with?
It's gone again. Oh my goodness, what's wrong with my controller today? Okay.
Roger that. You can leave the rest to us. If everything goes smoothly, this should be Wildfire's final mission.
Yeah.
Do you think the Great Mine was affected by our fighting on the surface?
Let's hope we didn't cause a collapse.
Well, at least I still know the way. Okay. Let me just check what's going on with the map. We haven't been to that area, apparently. I'm guessing we have to go under there. Yeah, looks like we haven't gone around this area before. Another thing to collect. More treasure. Questioning why controller's still not working again. It's like I'm moving around, but now the buttons aren't working properly. Oh my goodness. One of these scaredy things.
Step aside. I have no interest.
Speed up.
Yeah.
Trying to escape. Yeah, I got it. And it's gone. Okay, we can just speed up the rest of this.
Rules are made to be broken.
I need a drink.
The sanctuary.
Yeah, we're almost at the end of this story. After which we'll probably be moving to another world.
I hereby pronounce this expedition a success.
Oh. Nope, my controllers went again.
Oh, look, it's Antonia. The miners and vagrants are all in the same spot.
I still haven't watched the full trailer. I do know the small bits, like we've got a few new weapons, we've got the new challenge mode thing that's every so often, which I will be streaming, hopefully, depending on what time of day it is. And of course the new Summon Run map, right? I'll have to keep an eye on the rotation, and hopefully I'll do a stream when the rotation's on for it. Is the hope. Yeah. Definitely going to be doing the challenge thing, and my controller keeps going. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing the challenge thingy. I've already got it noted down on the day. I believe it is happening only on one day, I think, according to the post I saw, and that's on the 3rd. I'm not sure what time I'm going to be doing it, because I'm normally busy in the morning, so it's either going to be 7 PM start, or it'll be after 10, depending on what's happening that day. But I will be doing it. I just hope I don't leave it too late and miss it. Oops, stuff to pick up. Controller! What on earth is wrong with my controller? It keeps on going. I swear it's the wire. I need a new wire for this. Or I could try... Give me a sec. Yeah, this thing doesn't want to work with this game without a wire. Oh, it's a pain. Like I play Genshin on Bluetooth. Now the controller fully doesn't want to work. Right. One sec. My controller is fully broken now. I really don't want to dig out my other controller. One sec. It's jumping between the two, working properly. Right, where's the game playing at now? I can hear it connecting. It's just nothing's inputting. One sec. Yeah, I think the game is like getting really confused. It's either that or it's like, what on earth is happening? The game's just all glitched. I think I'm gonna have to reload the game, unfortunately. Just give me a second. I'll just switch screens. I'll reload the game up and hopefully the controller will work after that. Okay, have I fixed it?
Oh, look, it's Antonia! The miners and vagrants are all in the same spot.
I had to kick it from the
Quick, let's head over.
I had to actually kick my controller out of the thing. Out of the settings and reconnect, and that seems to have worked. But my goodness, it's typical. Just randomly have loads of issues. It's talking. Even now, it's still not accepting inputs immediately.
I'm afraid we're short on goods and materials right now.
Oh, well, we actually have enough for the moment. You hang on to it.
Hey, are you guys causing trouble again?
It's you! Oh, no, you misunderstand.
Oh, goodness.
There was a huge quake at the mine just now. Part of it collapsed. The vagrants here hadn't stopped to help. I doubt we'd have gotten everyone out in one piece. I was just discussing how to repay them. It's a shame the mining team's hard up right now.
Can't we get Bronya to cover the bill? Can we focus? Tell them the good news already.
Whoa. You mean to say that we're about to be reunited with the overworld?
Yep.
Are you serious? This has gotta be a dream. Good things don't happen to us.
Today they do. And you're not dreaming. If you don't believe us, pinch yourself.
If things go back to the way they were 10 years ago, then the mining team can finally escape this poverty. And you won't have to rely on the charity of others. We'll finally be living with the dignity we deserve.
Oh no.
Thank you,
man.
outsiders, from the bottom of my heart. The mining team will remember you as heroes, as will the rest of the underworld. Please tell Natasha that we're ready to get back to work. If the cable car station can start operating again, we'll dispatch a mining representative to negotiate with the architects.
Okay. New messages. Message. Astral Express family. Still not good though. Ah. So we can rebattle the boss, basically.
Mr. Yang put it nicely, but the reality is this. We sealed the Stellaron, but that's not gonna solve the problems on this planet. There I was getting excited to tell everyone the good news.
That's the cruelty of a Stellaron. Still, compared with some of the other planets we visited, at least this one has hope.
So, should we tell everyone the deal?
We should tell Bronya when the time's right. Let's not dampen the spirit just yet.
Curse of War. So basically rebattle them. Open this. Ah, Echo of War. Ah, we can battle the first dragon thing too, and I guess then this is the items we need to like pass them, get them past a certain level. Nice. We finished that. Clear memory. Memory stage 3 of the Forgotten Hall. We can probably do that today as well. Return to Natasha.
First you go
Wow.
searching, then you go running, search. Jump, jump.
There she is.
Oh, is everyone all right? Thanks for your help. Sometimes face-to-face communication is more meaningful, don't you think? Now we just have to wait for the official news. I hope Bronya doesn't keep us too long.
Huh. Do you think Svarog and Clara felt the effects of our battle with the Guardian?
I think they'll be
Probably.
fine. Plus, Svarog's devotion to Clara is even greater than his hostility to Wildfire. If you're worried, you could look for them over at the robot settlement.
Okay, we're going to them. Let me guess the door's closed. Or they're really close.
Outsiders. For friends of Clara.
How did you know that was Perkins?
Thank you for rescuing Clara.
Seems like Perkins picked up a stammer.
Its language module must have malfunctioned. Can you take us to Clara?
Outsiders are friends of Clara. Follow me.
Enter the safe zone. Ooh, it's a house. Crazy to think we're underground. Looks like we're above ground somewhere. Okay.
You have visitors, Clara.
Oh, it's the variables. There was a huge shaking just now coming up through the ground. Mr. Svarog said it must have been...
Recalculating. Conclusion. Engine of creation. 97.66% probability. The engine of creation was an immense construction machine created by the architects. It was not built to fight.
Well, whatever. We won. Thanks to that giant robot, we were finally able to take care of the Stellaron. And Bronya made a promise. The underworld and the overworld will soon be reunited. Which means that you, Svarog, you won't have to worry about preserving the underworld for the time being. March, everyone, thank you so much. I wasn't sure you guys would be able to do it, but now... Mr. Svarog, what do you say? You guys said you were travelers from other worlds, right? I want to be just like you. One day, I'm gonna go traveling to faraway places and make new friends.
Calculation result. Update. Mission number 0001. Preserve the underworld. Complete.
Now I can just focus on protecting her. New message. This Android can actually send me messages? Yeah, let's check to make sure she's okay. That's good. Oh, she's probably talking about the phone.
Quick as a flash.
Okay.
She certainly moves a lot faster than some people I know.
If you haven't got anything nice to say right now, zip it.
Okay, let's go back to Natasha. What was the thing now? Let's make sure we don't activate that. We'll do that later. Depending. We're getting close to where I normally end stream, but I want to get this story quest at least finished.
You made it. I thought you were about to miss out on a moment of history.
No way! After all our hard work, how could we miss out on the final celebration, right?
For Oleg and I, not to mention the other adults, reopening the passageway means rediscovering old ways of living. Return to normality. Survival is no longer the top of the agenda. But for the children who were born into this era, who grew up in this isolation, this will be
definitely going to be a change
altogether.
for them.
Once you've tasted freedom, it's difficult to accept a life of separation and isolation. Those of us whose childhoods were marred by tragedy, we must strive to do better for the next generation. I'm sorry. Here I am talking your ear off again. This is a day to remember. We should welcome it with smiles. If you have time, talk to the folks here. Every one of them will tell you about their excitement. Then when you're ready, let's go home.
Cable car operator.
Finally, I can get back to supervising the cable cars. I thought I'd spend the rest of my life in those mines. Ah, it's you, the liberators of the underworld. You're the first passengers we've had since being sealed off. It'll be my honor to get you to the surface in one piece. Relax, relax. In all my 20 years on the job, there were only ever, anyway,
serious.
So, ready to climb aboard?
Kind of.
Sisters, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, gather round. The cable car passenger service is about to restart.
Someone's excited.
Look at the big blue ceiling.
That's not a ceiling, Hook. That's the sky.
So this is the overworld? The air here smells different.
Less rust and geomarrow particles floating around. Take a deep breath, children. This is what freedom tastes like. I never thought I'd live to see the administrative district again. All those years. We've been through a lot, Natasha.
You're right, Oleg. It's funny. The moment I boarded the cable car, my mind was filled with everything I wanted to do on the surface. But now, I just want to sit down, zone out, and watch the people coming and going. And let the day just pass me by.
Enjoy the peace and quiet, Natasha. We earned it.
It's Japard. Is he here to meet us?
He's still on.
Welcome back to the administrative district, Trailblazers.
Trailblazers. First time anyone's called us that on this planet.
The architects think it's only right that we should address you properly. Outsiders is hardly fitting anymore. Please allow me to apologize again for what happened in the restricted zone. You were only trying to help. I should have trusted Serval's judgment. Thanks for understanding. Lady Bronya's inaugural address will begin soon. She asked me to pass on her invitation to you.
Uh-huh. That's sooner than I expected. Is she well enough to...
Not really. But Lady Bronya insisted on delivering the speech as soon as possible. She wants the people to understand what happened. The address will be held at Everwinter Monument. I hope the three of you can find time to attend.
Please tell me I can get that chest. I can. I was about to say. Don't leave it hanging. Let's make sure there's nothing else here. Slowly running everywhere.
Come around and have a look.
Stop worrying, Mom.
Here it is. Oh, look. There's the actual hook and Clara.
Wow! Did you see that, Clara? A super, super big steel monster just ran past!
I don't think that's a monster. Mr. Svarog's database has information about it. It's called... I can't remember.
Don't worry about the name. The important thing is I saw what it can do. It has a huge appetite and swallows people whole. And it just so happens to be the mole's next target. We'll defeat the iron monster and save the people in its tummy.
I don't think that's how it works.
So that's where we need to go. Just seeing if you can see Natasha anywhere, because she said she was going to be sitting down. Maybe I went past her. Oh, look near this fountain over here.
Careful now. Don't get your clothes wet.
The new Moo sour cream would cost me my life.
Can't see him. Let's go here.
Look, there's a crowd gathering over there. Is the address starting soon?
Looks like it. Bronya hasn't arrived yet, though. Let's find somewhere to wait.
Okay.
Guards, formation!
Whoa, this must be it.
Citizens of Belobog, I kindly ask for your attention. Lady Bronya Rand's inaugural address will begin shortly. Please remain orderly.
Let's go.
People of Belobog, hear me. Today we gather here to celebrate our victory, but it was a sacrifice made by a mighty guardian that delivered us this opportunity. She dispelled an evil that cost us 700 years of suffering. And in the process, she paid the ultimate price. The sacrifice of Cocolia Rand ushers in a new chapter. The blizzard beyond the walls will die away, and the offensives of our Silvermane guards will begin to contain the Fragmentum's advance. In the far north, I witnessed with my own eyes the struggle between the late Supreme Guardian and the evil power that sought to destroy us. In her last moments, the Supreme Guardian told me her greatest regret. The order to seal off the underworld from the overworld. With the passage of time, she gradually came to realize the consequences of that decision. Although tortured with guilt, she could not undo the damage. In her final moments, she wanted us to mark the Stellaron's end by reuniting Belobog. Overworlders and Underworlders must embrace the dawn of a new age. Together, people of the Underworld, I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I now know the reality of your decade of suffering, but I want us to work together. We know that without your perseverance and hard work, Belobog will not recover its former glory, and the seed of civilization will not be preserved. And on that note, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to a few guests of the city. Most of you were not aware of their arrival, but it is thanks to them that our world now flourishes with hope. They made me realize that while we remain focused on preserving the ground beneath our feet, we should not forget to look up into the sky. I firmly believe that with the determination of everyone, our world, the world the Trailblazers call Yarilo 6, will no longer be alone among the stars. But before we accomplish that goal, I humbly ask you
I can see
follow
Seela.
me into the future.
That was a really good speech.
I Bronya Rand, the 19th Guardian of Belobog, hereby take my oath.
Right, troll is just disconnected again. Open times. Wow. Dr. Bronya?
Bronya, we're back!
March, Dan Heng, and you. It's wonderful you made it to the address. Sorry, I know the invitation was very last minute, but I needed to get the news out as soon as possible. The longer people waited, the more rumors started to swirl. The situation risked spinning out of control. Yes, I'm fine now, don't worry. My mother... she tried to force the voice of the Stellaron into my head. It was a terrible feeling. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up.
Good we did then.
That was some speech, Bronya. If I had to talk like that in front of a huge crowd, I'd be shaking head to toe.
It was all just a bunch of palatable lies. I hope you never have a similar experience, March.
I don't think she liked doing it. I think all those are true.
I prefer to be honest with the people. But I also want to preserve their hope.
Dan Heng, wanna talk about Mr. Yang's findings?
Allow me to explain.
Which means the fragmentum has already taken root by this point. Even though the Stellaron is sealed, we won't be able to reverse the damage immediately. I know. Our ancestors wouldn't have risked using one if they'd had other ways of avoiding calamity. You've gone out of your way to save this world. You nearly lost your life. I have no right to ask for more. Besides, I agree with Mr. Yang. Ultimately, the fate of Belobog is in the hands of its own people.
Ah.
In that case, as a leader, I must give you a promise of the same weight. We will hold out with everything we have until the day you Trailblazers return. Even if it takes another 700 years, the children of Yarilo 6 will look up to the sky with hope in their hearts. So long, my friends. May the preservation bless your journey.
Congrats! That was one heck of a first trailblazing expedition.
Worth celebrating, I'd say. 2.5.
What? That run-of-the-mill, huh?
My scoring criteria are different from yours.
Of course it is.
Anyway, we should be asking you. Any thoughts you want to share? Equally unforgettable, I'm sure. Anyway, don't worry about the future. Live in the moment. Let's go for one more round in the administrative district. I want to take more photos.
We have to say goodbye to people too. Let's see, character. New feature, open the wheel, go down to characters. Relics. Ah, okay, the two in the center. Enter to switch. Ooh, attack up. Quick. Simulated universe to get them. Okay. Nice. This me to go into World 3 of the Simulated Universe. Oh, goodness. Yes, let's go take pictures first. Let's finish off this adventure.
Bronya said she's willing to wait 700 years for us. Huh. Don Hung, how long can humans live for?
Forever. But in that scenario, they can't be considered human anymore.
Yikes, so serious. I was just curious. Here we are, Everwinter Monument. Photo time! Oh, Payla and Hook are here too. Let's make sure we get them in the background.
Watch it. Probably be like, what the hell are you doing?
So much ice! But it's warm here. Aren't you overworlders worried it'll melt?
Not at all. It may look like ice, but it's actually a monument carved out of geomeral crystal.
Ah, Geomarrow! It's a shame Daddy isn't here. He'd find a buyer for it and sell it for big bucks.
How do I explain? This particular piece of geomarrow is definitely not for sale.
A photo? What's that? Hook wants to see it!
Oh, my controller again.
I must remind you that taking photos of others without gaining their permission violates Belobog Public Security Ordinance number... Wait, that's a nice picture! And it's crystal clear.
Wow, photos are awesome! Can Hook have it? You like it? It's yours. A farewell gift from us. Okay, where to next? Oh, we haven't seen Serval since we got back. Let's head to the workshop.
Did you remember to take a picture of the stereo room while we were at it? I don't know. I certainly didn't.
Who's there? Didn't your parents tell you to knock before? It's you three! Come on in! I was just talking to Clara about you.
How have you been, big sister? Miss Serval's workshop is amazing. There are all kinds of things. I like it here a lot.
Miss Serval? Clara is such a well-mannered kid. Meanwhile, the architect's children are still calling me auntie and making me feel old. Photo? This feels like one of my fan meetups. Anyway, for you guys, I do autographs for free.
Photo. Oh, I remember. When I was little, Mr. Svarog took a photo for me.
Over here, Clara. Want to learn some cool poses?
Whoops.
Wow, that's pretty great. I wish the photographers at my shows had your skills.
Oh, controller.
Huh? Am I really that short? I thought...
Don't worry. If you eat like Don Hung, you'll be as tall as him one day.
I'll let that slip.
Here, keep it. A little farewell gift from the Astral Express.
Huh? You're leaving so soon? I understand. Well, this photo will always be close to my heart. I'll make a copy for you too, Clara.
Thanks, Miss Serval. Big sister, March, Dan Hung, thanks for taking care of me. Safe travels.
Oh my goodness, I really need a new cable. I'm gonna have to buy one. This is getting ridiculous. It's either that or the controllers actually, the connector on the controllers doing it. I have no clue. We're gonna work.
If you have time, please come back and visit me and Mr. Svarog.
Slowly going and saying goodbye to everyone.
That's enough sightseeing and photo taking to last me a while. Time to head back to the Goethe Hotel for a good night's sleep.
We can sleep when we're back on the Express.
Not so fast! Last time we were here, that evil Madam Guardian interrupted us before we'd gotten the most out of our luxury suites. Don't you think we should make up for it? Come on! Himeko and Mr. Yang are grown-ups. I'm sure they'll cope without us for one night. Besides, don't you want to chit-chat with the locals now that Belobog is full of life again? I know I do.
Okay, we're back to the hotel.
Come around and have a look.
We already picked up everything in here. Oh,
At the end of your journey, all that perplexes you and troubles you will resolve.
Oh, it was a close thing, all right. Good thing it dawned on me. Hey, Sampo doesn't have to be a protagonist, right? The likes of us are better suited to, shadowy comic relief, eh? Turns out the Astral Express crew is more fun than I expected.
oh dear.
You liked it? Really? Told you so. No. I'm in no hurry to leave. What? Oh, Epsilon? What fun can you get out of a giant Vanity Fair like that? True happiness always entails the manifestation of the dignity of mankind. Now, that's a quote I live by. Well, bye for now. Send my regards to the guys and girls in the tavern. Oh, and don't forget to say that Sempo Kuski will catch them for the next one. Time to make my curtain call. To you, my dear audience, I dedicate my performance. I wonder, did I bring a little more joy into your lives?
No.
You don't have to answer that. But if the answer is no, then you'll break my heart.
Broken a few other things recently.
We should be getting back to the Express. Time to find March and Danhung.
Morning! How did you sleep? I'm full of energy myself. You poor thing. I'll go check the lunar calendar. Today might be unlucky.
Did you get Himiko's message? It's time to go. The conductor will nag us again if we put the Express behind schedule.
Yeah. Well, pack your souvenirs and stuff. Back home we go.
Hotel love it. We gonna have a send off or? That's not actually-
Come around and have a look.
Going down here.
Here we are at last. It's sad to say goodbye.
Nothing lasts forever. You'll stop feeling sad the moment you set foot on the Express.
Hey, I'm not that heartless, you know.
Priorities? What do you mean? Are you saying rebuilding the underworld isn't one of your priorities?
Of course not. I'm just saying we have limited assets and we need new parameters.
Assets, parameters. You sure love your fancy words. Forget it. Leave it to me. I'll go down myself.
Come on, Seela. I won't leave you to—
Look, Bronya! There'll be plenty of difficulties waiting for them, right?
Yes. Their future is filled with even more uncertainty than ours. But we will prevail here, even if it means arguments like this go on forever.
They won't go on forever if I win them.
Oh, I was actually worried for a second there.
Welcome home, you three.
Himeko, Mr. Yang! Team Trailblaze back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished.
Although Welt and I didn't get the chance to go with you, I can tell you worked hard to bring things back to normal. Well done, everybody. And especially you. I heard a lot of good things about you. I'd say it's a solid 5 stars.
Get some rest on the Express. Eurilo 6 was not an easy ride. Pom-Pom is of the opinion that we should leave as soon as possible to avoid potential resurgences of the anomalies we experienced earlier. Himeko and I agree.
Which means we need to decide where our next destination is soon.
That's right.
That's the path of the Nameless, I presume. Always on the road, always trailblazing. I'm not complaining, by the way. One adventure after another, that's exactly what I signed up for.
Looks like March has fallen in love with the way of the Nameless. That's good to hear. You can head back to your rooms for some rest, or stay here and make yourselves a cup of coffee, whichever you like.
I'll head back to my room then.
There I was thinking this guy would gradually open up.
We need to give him some time, March. I think he treasures the time spent with you guys. About your battle against the Supreme Guardian and the whole Stellaron situation, you must have a lot of unanswered questions, I suppose. While you were away, Welt and I did some research and came to some interesting conclusions. Let me know if you want to ask about anything.
Okay.
Home sweet home. Mr. Yang and Himeko must be bored given how long our train had to stay here. Where's our next?
The Express crew tread upon the Trailblaze. We travel between worlds, like a thread weaved into the life stories of others. The universe is vast beyond our imagination. It's a miracle that our paths converge. The fact that we get to know and travel with each other can only be seen as the design of destiny. Thank you for becoming our companion. I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have. Sure. Oftentimes, those who are involved in historic events don't have the opportunity to see things from a wider perspective. I hope as an onlooker, I may provide some help. Klapoth the Preservation is known for their indifference. Unless you become a zealot like those with the corporation, it's hard to share in the Eon's power. Determined to preserve the world they loved, the architects held on for hundreds of years. But as the Fragmentum continued to advance, their already wavering faith started to show some cracks. And one particular guardian, Cocolia, abandoned the path of preservation altogether. In contrast, you stood your ground and proved your faith in the Amber Lord. Judging by how the battle turned out, Qlipoth responded to your wish. Their gaze infused you with the power to wield the weapon of a supreme guardian and to take control of the Colossus. Don't mention it. Welt and I may have stayed on the Express this whole time, but we've been watching over you from the moment you set foot on Eurilo 6. Friends look after each other. The same goes for us Nameless. Please remember, no matter where you are in the universe, the Express will always be behind you.
That's good to know.
Is a Stellaron. There's no doubt about that. What I've gathered so far suggests it's likely that the Supreme Guardian was corrupted by the Stellaron at a very young age. All the tragedies that came after can be traced to that point. On the flip side, we can't judge Cocolia too harshly. Imagine if it were you or me who had to sit on the throne and watch the city slowly being brought to its knees. Would we not question what we believed in? Sure, ask away. We've got plenty of time. Welt may be better equipped to answer that, but if you want my 2 cents, I'd say it's unlikely. I guess it's possible, but it would take a long time. I can tell from your report that the new Supreme Guardian of Belobog is a smart young lady with leadership qualities. What's more important is that she now understands her people after the journey with you. The firm and honest support she gets from people around her will also prove immensely useful. But fate likes to play tricks on people. Even if during their lifetime they manage to make Eurilo 6 prosper again to a certain degree, they will remain vulnerable and helpless to countless threats lurking in the recesses of the universe. We can only give them our best wishes from afar.
What happened to the Stellaron?
It's virtually impossible to destroy a Stellaron. No one, not even Herda, has found a way to break its structure. The best we can do at this stage is to prevent its energy from overflowing. When the Supreme Guardian was defeated, the Stellaron that had been transmitting energy to her exposed its weakness to us for a brief period of time, allowing Welt and I to contain its power. That's about all we can do about a Stellaron. It may be suppressed for now, but it's only a matter of time before it regains power. But this brief window should allow the people on this planet to heal and rebuild. You're most welcome. Have some rest. You've earned it.
Talk to Welt.
So, your first trailblazing expedition has concluded. How do you feel? Be it joy or pain, success or regret, it's all part of the journey. Those feelings will accompany you as long as you tread on the trailblaze, and one day you'll grow used to them. It seems you have something on your mind. Let's hear it. I'd like to hear a fresh perspective myself. As talkative as Himiko is, we've pretty much run out of topics. I'm afraid not. As I've mentioned before, the Stellaron's influence on Eurilo 6 is more profound than we might think. I don't think Belobog's fight against the lingering effects of the Stellaron will end anytime soon. But the balance of power is tilting ever so slightly towards humanity. The crucial factor being the hope you brought about. As intangible as it may sound, don't underestimate hope. Because the power it inspires has no limit. Like the Stellaron, it's a seed that may grow into something much bigger. But, in my opinion, the fruit that hope bears will have a much bigger impact than that of the Stellaron.
Okay.
Is that so? Well, I think you did the right thing. It's better to move forward with the burden of knowledge than to tread a perilous road with blind optimism. I remember a distant world where the people were faced with unimaginable danger every single day. But they saved their planet time after time with wisdom and courage. This goes to show how much of a difference ordinary people can make. I hope Eurilo 6 sees that too. I too wished to go with you, but Himiko insisted on letting you and your friends rise to the challenge.
Yeah.
I'd been observing what's happening on the ground from the Express, and I have to admit that I got sweaty palms a couple times. I was glad to see you three meet friends you could trust and overcome hardships. Well done. Himiko was calm from the very beginning. She kept telling me to trust you youngsters' decisions. And she was right.
Oh my goodness.
I really need to stop worrying so much. Likewise. Get some sleep. We'll be heading off again soon.
Okay. Hopefully there's a good place to stop at some point. Hi, Niku!
Pom-Pom, we're back! Shh! Checking star rail stability! Pom-Pom needs to focus!
Good to see you too.
Spatial readout! Back to the normal bracket! Star rail stability keeps rising. 56%, 57%. The numbers have stabilized. Dispatch the Express. Oh, welcome back to the Express. You've accomplished your Trailblaze mission. The Express appreciates your help.
Ah, I see.
Thanks
How's the
to
Express
you,
doing?
the Space Fisher is healing up, and the Star Rail has become stable enough for us to dispatch the Express. As for the coaches, Pom-Pom's checked every nook and cranny and made sure everything's in good order.
So we at the end of the story for what's it, Jahilo 6? Basically the first planet we've gotten
Don't
to.
worry about it.
We're at the end of the
Your
story.
probably doesn't have anything worth buying anyway. Plus, it's your first time on a Trailblaze mission, so
Yeah.
Pom-Pom will let it
Slowly
slide
getting to the
this time.
end.
But don't forget, next time. The
There's our next
destination
stop.
will be announced at the navigation meeting. For
Okay.
now, get some rest and stay tuned. Oh, Pom-Pom almost forgot. There you go. Careful not to spill it.
Thank you, conductor.
Right away. To avoid encountering the anomalies again, the Express will dispatch shortly and head to a more stable area. For your safety, please don't leave your seat until the Express has reached cruising speed.
I did the dailies at the very beginning. There are dailies. In fact, I actually completed them really quickly today. So there's one daily quest. Although you don't even have to do the daily quest. I managed to do all the dailies, and I'll show you the daily page. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Go there. This is the daily thing, so you get points, and once you get 500 points for the day, you've unlocked all the dailies, basically. I think you get, like... I'm trying to think. You get 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, I think? But yeah, I completed it without even doing the daily mission today. I got lucky. All I did was clear, basically, what do you call it? One of the ley lines, and I unlocked 3 of them, which was nice. Okay, rest.
Hello? It's about time we hit the road, passengers. Thanks to the 3 Trailblazers, the activity of the Fragmentum has reached the lowest level, and the readings regarding the status of the Star Rail have returned to normal. Pom-Pom will dispatch the
I've been
Express
enjoying the
shortly,
game a
and
lot.
we'll be leaving Eurillo 6. Please be seated and say your goodbyes to this planet.
Say goodbye to the planet. We'll still be going back there, because, you know, logic, maps. Oh, who's this? Okay. Oh, that's the new character that came out on the banner the other day.
Yes, General.
Watch this person carefully.
The guy, the white-haired guy he's the current banner character.
I remember. Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. You are not one of them, Jin Yuan.
Okay, that's a threat and a half.
Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. You are one of them.
Oh dear.
on.
Our main boy.
I'll be there soon.
He has nightmares. That's so bad.
What did I tell you? He's definitely sleeping in. We trailblazers can go days without sleep, but when we do hit the hay, we have to make up for it. Anyway, no point wasting our time in the corridor. The conductor wants us to attend a warp navigation meeting. Same old location, apparently, and we can't be late. Let's head over. Oh, by the way, you drew the short straw. It's your turn to wash the coffee cups this week.
Yeah, sounds like it. The white-haired one. This guy. And I think the girl on the left. I think that's the girl that was standing next to him. I will be doing a temple today. I'm just trying to find a good place to pause because I'm close to completing this. I just need to do number 3. But I'm trying to find a good place to pause the main story. I'm presuming this would be okay since we're about to actually jump to a new area. We'll do this next time I stream the game. So let's do this first.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to lie, but please do understand. We have our own rules at the Garden of Recollection.
But yeah, we'll pause the main story till next time I stream the game.
You want to enter the Forgotten Hall?
Yes. The beginner banner. It's hard to say. You don't really have a choice on the beginner banner. You just get a random 5-star. I would say a lot of people want Bronya. But other than that, I mean, I can only go based on the character I've got, which I pulled Welt, which is this character. And he's fairly good when it comes to stopping enemies from doing stuff for a turn. But it's hard to know. You are guaranteed design-wise? It's hard to say. There was a character I was interested in. Let me see if I can bring her up. Oh my goodness, my control. I swear. Can I bring up the character I wanted? Actors 122. Yes, I can. So I was interested in this character, but the other character I was also interested in getting was the card. But this is just based on design. Something cool that Genshin didn't do is if you have a look at the wall for the standard banner and go additional rewards. Oh my goodness, this thing. I'll press it. There you go. Once you've done over 300 warps, you get to claim a free 5-star on the standard banner. I'm 51 out of it, so you'll get to pick a character that you want. Useful character. I don't know. I only have one character. I don't know what the rest do, unfortunately.
Forgotten Hall?
Let me see here. I need to do number 3 apparently. Of this. 36? Oh my goodness. Let's go. Yeah. Except it's a free 5-star. But it's only for the first time, you know. Okay, I have to defeat this in less than 10 cycles. Oh my god. Why? Yeah.
Commencing support.
Let's begin.
Apparently I have to do this quickly, which I don't like the sound of.
That'll take.
I'm fine. Time for some stand down.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm fine with... I'm gonna continue the main story next time. Is that the thing? Is this the last wave? I don't even know.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
But yeah, this is basically the Abyss from what I know.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Enemy targets detected.
Bounce.
Let's make it quick. Yeah.
Naughty child. Nap time.
My goodness, the damage some of these things do. But yeah, I'll be continuing the main story next time I do a stream. He cuts a black hole in half. How is that not cool?
Let's go.
Either way. I don't think I can ask for support on this. You can borrow other people's characters to check out their ults.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
I don't think you can do anything.
Time for some hardship.
I think we're pretty much finished. We're just... The next thing that's happening is moving on to the next planet, basically. And I think that's a fairly okay place to pause, if you know what I mean. Okay. Which one? Oh, you mean... this... I'll put the same team up again. You talking about, which character are you talking about? Are you talking about this character? I'm presuming you're talking about this one? The ice character? Her name's Pella. She is a 4-star, and she's a support character that debuffs.
Before you make a plan of action.
Yeah, she's a debuffer, so she lowers the resistance. I think it's the defense and then resistance. Apparently I heard she's really good support in this game. Yeah. Let's do a preemptive strike on this, since she's got a weakness. Yeah, she's not even my strongest.
Leave it to me.
But... Yeah, definitely.
Let's go.
This one's going to be a bit more difficult.
Let's make it quick. Yeah.
Okay, that's gone. Impact. That's battle. Okay.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Yeah, so effect resist and damage resist. Yeah, I've had up to 3 waves. Wait, 3 waves seems to be the max, I think, but it might be more. Yeah, it'd be crazy, this game.
Let's begin.
There's also really strong boss fights. I won't say anything more than that, because you'll get to that eventually during the story, but yeah. Just as good as Genshin.
Leave it to me.
Really cool design as well.
Let's go.
Oh man, I need to do this in less than 10. Okay.
Just in time. Just a little something.
Let's heal.
Much better.
Honestly, I hate it, especially since, you know, I'm on the later area of it.
Data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Let's begin.
I could put this on auto, but I'm just doing this slowly.
Time for a shot.
There's a problem going with this. I don't have very strong... Oh, they froze her!
Survive or be destroyed.
Honestly, I could press a button and put it on auto, so I wouldn't have to input anything.
Let's go.
So I'm just trying to make sure that we can actually do this.
Rules are made to be broken.
Naughty child.
Frozen, you're gonna have to heal.
Thanks for the support. Ready for another?
We're almost done. Oh my god. Stop freezing everyone!
Let's make it quick. Yeah.
That's better.
Timely treatment.
We're almost there. Oh my goodness. Stop.
Justin, just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Much better.
Commencing support. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
And it's gone. I hope we did that in enough times. I mean, we've at least 4. Are you kidding me? We didn't. Oh. It's less than 14. Okay, let's see what rewards we got for that. If... Oh, is it the wrong one? Is my controller messing up again? Okay. 200. 200. Okay, let's have a look here. Travel log. This event's on. I'll have to remember to do this before it ends. 35. Simulated universe. I believe level World 3 is opened on that, but I only barely built World 2. Let's claim this. Got a new set of artifact relics, I mean. Oh god. Activate 8 trace for character. Yeah. Yeah, and there's also this, which I think you can test out characters. Character trial. I'm not sure how it works. I haven't been where am I? Oh, I can claim this character. Okay. Nice. I need 4-star. Okay. How do we increase the world level again? I wanted to at least increase the world level today. Let me see. Yeah. I think his skills are a little interesting. I think I saw, was it software? Or... I can't remember. I saw someone using her skill. It's not like I wanted to go on with this skill. What does she do? Base attack, cherry on top. Alright, ultimate deals damage. Chain forging, tile of the same suit. Looks like she has some niches done. I unlocked that earlier. You have to get through a majority of, like, the main story, like, the first world, I should say. But, yeah, look here, Cavern of Corrosion. So, this one gives a mix, like, there's multiple different ones. This one gives stuff like EXP books, stuff for, like, increasing things. The light cones and stuff. And then Cavern of Corrosion, this is where you get all your artifacts, I believe. We did one and we managed to get something. But, last I checked we only had access to the lower levels. Missions? Ah, Trial of Equilibrium Part 2. That's what we need to do. No! Apparently we have to let us go to the next world, apparently, before I can do that. Oh, that's a pain. That probably means I can't move maps at all. Let me check. No. Oh well, apparently the game wants me to continue the main story for a little bit longer. No complaint here. But I just thought that would be a bit easier place to actually pause.
Oh, I
Can't remember the last time I got such a polite response. The trailblazing of Eurilo 6 is drawn to a close, and the Astral Express must depart for the next planet. Not telling yet. We'll make an official announcement in the meeting, but I'm keeping you in suspense for now. The meeting will start soon.
Yeah. All I want to do is increase the
Passengers,
world level.
The warp navigation meeting has officially begun.
Firstly, Pom-Pom wants to congratulate you, the Nameless, for successfully resolving the problems at this stop.
Continuing the main story
The
just because I
Express
can't do
is now
anything
able to
without doing
continue
that.
along the Star Rail.
The three of us actually pulled it off, huh?
It's time for your conductor. That's me.
It is typical that I choose a place to stop thinking, oh, it'll be fine to stop here, and apparently it won't let me.
Long time no see, Astral Express crew. It's Kafka.
Welcome back, Suffering.
I came at a good time. You're all here. Every single one.
No need for the mysterious introduction, Stellaron Hunter.
Himiko, correct? Apologies for interrupting your little get-together, but I'm sure once you've heard my request, you'll forgive me. I'd like you to make a destination alteration.
You should see her ultimate.
Even if it was
Because,
only on a corporation wanted poster. They were offering quite the bounty.
It was definitely
Dead
interesting.
Or alive.
I believe
you know
she's
the
on the
figure?
banner, and even not, you'll get to test her out a little bit, Miku. So yeah, it's her
Doesn't
skill is
concern me.
amazing.
Then again,
I wouldn't have
the
complained
corporation
if I
bounty
got
is a
there.
compliment, not an insult, don't you think? The higher the figure, the bigger the compliment.
You wanted criminals sure know how to look on the bright side of things.
I will say, Herta certainly paid you all a compliment. A maniac that claims he can see destiny, leading a bunch of wild lunatics in pursuit of the most dangerous
Kafka.
objects in the universe.
I think
And
she's
Herta doesn't
available,
give out
isn't she?
compliments
I'm
very
not sure. My controller
In
just went
pursuit of
again.
the most dangerous objects in the universe, huh?
No. She not available
Well,
yet?
In that sense, you
Aw.
Astral Expressers and I are cut from the same cloth.
Well, you get to use her, Miku. I'll say that. You get to use her for a bit, so.
You're in the wrong place, Kafka. We're not about to
Okay.
accept
So
a
not
request,
too far
and we're not
away.
about to get into bed with a Stellaron Hunter. It was nice talking with you. Perhaps next time you'll be willing to pay us a visit in person, and we can continue our little discussion.
Have you guys heard of the Law-Fu?
Save up your gems then.
The Xianzhou Lawfu? It belongs to the Hexafleet of the Xianzhou Alliance. We've heard of it.
But what you haven't heard is that it's currently very close to you. A couple of warp jumps away, in fact. Not to mention, 45 system hours ago, a Stellaron burst occurred on the Lafu. An
Oh
unexpected
dear, that doesn't sound good.
calamity, don't you think?
What exactly are you Stellaron hunters trying to do? The Xianzhou Alliance aren't us. They won't give you time to explain. Once you draw the attention of the hunt, you become their prey. The Alliance will hunt you to the end of the universe.
I'm presuming it's the new banner, so.
Stop speaking in riddles, Kafka. Say what you have to say.
That white-haired guy, yeah.
It's simple. That Stellaron has nothing to do with us, but the Xianzhou is convinced that we're responsible. My companion, Blade, has been taken away by the Cloud Knights. I want to bring him back, resolve this Stellaron crisis, and clear our names.
Nothing to do with you? Yeah,
I haven't tested them
Sounds
out
like
yet,
a weird
no.
coincidence to me. You
We've
just
seen
happened
him
to
a
show
bit
up after the Stellaron burst?
in like a nightmare of what's it, Danos, but I don't even know if that's
Also,
part of his
we're not your
nightmare.
friends. Why should we care if a Stellaron hunter is innocent, hmm? No! Why are we listening to her? The Alliance is strong. Is a single Stellaron burst really too much for them to handle? We're the crew of the Astral Express, not some squad of Stellaron-stealing super specialists.
You could, of course, not get involved. Knowing that the Stellaron hasn't yet affected this region of space, you could make the jump and arrive at the next world. But sooner or later, the star rail here will be more blocked off than it was before. I can tell you what the future holds. If you don't go to the Lafu, the Stellaron will eventually contaminate the entire ship, and over half of the inhabitants will perish. Oh, you brave and fearless trailblazers, you benevolent nameless. Can you really remain indifferent to that?
This companion of yours, Blade, he'd perish too, right?
No comment. Here are the coordinates. It's up to you how to proceed. Our destinations may differ, but the orbits of the stars will eventually converge. See you later.
March, get Dan Heng.
Okay, where are we going? What's up? They aren't showing up. Yeah, I want to get past this, upgrade the world level, and once we've done that, we'll do a call and see if there's anyone to raid. Depends how long this takes.
Whoa, what are you doing here?
I'm on Europe.
I gave him the lowdown. Hey, remember what I said, okay? We're gonna vote against it. I'm not gonna take orders from that woman.
Okay. I'm not even sure if servers matter with this game. I have no clue, but yeah, if you want to whisper your ID to me, I can, when you have it at some point, then I can send you a friend request. Okay, there we go. I can't return to the parlor car. Yeah, if you want to message me your ID, either via Twitter or something, I can send you a friend request, Miku.
March brought you up to speed, I assume.
I'm fine. And yes, I'm up to speed.
Good. In that case, with regard to the matter at hand, let's vote to decide our next move. Our Stellaron hunter claims that a Stellaron burst has occurred on the Xianzhou Lafu, and that we're in the vicinity. If we head for the Lafu, we may have the chance to save many innocent lives.
I think it would have to be EU, but I'm not sure.
However, it's also
I'm not sure.
that our
I don't know if
Stellaron
it's like
hunter is
Genshin. If
lying
it's,
and using us
I know
for her own
Genshin is
ends.
linked to what server
Either
you're
that,
on, but I'm
nor
not
I
sure with this
believe that
game.
she's
Do you know
telling us the
Suffering?
truth. But we can't just ignore the intel she's given us. So, we're about to hold a democratic vote on whether to set a course for the Xianzhou. All those in favor, hold out your hand. All those against, keep your arms by your side. 3, 2, 1.
I have no clue.
4 against 1.
It's the same region.
It looks like the Astral Express crew has a majority vote to head for the Xianzhou.
calmed down and thought about it a bit. If it turns out that woman isn't
So it's-
lying, then a lot
so it's
of
like
innocent people are
Genshin.
gonna get hurt. Now's the time for thinking about other people.
All right, all right. I think we're all used to March's modus operandi by now.
So, Dan Heng, you want to stay here?
Yes. I'm staying this time.
In that case, Welt, ready for a trailblazing expedition? I know you've been itching to get out there for a while now, but make sure you take good care of the two of them.
Okay.
Don't worry.
It's like Welt's coming with us.
Here we come! The train is about to make the jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa, what on earth is that?
Whoa! So that's a Xianzhou ship? It looks even bigger than Eurilo 6!
Yeah, dimensional
For
jump.
the Xianzhou, these ships are their planets. Terrestrial environments are cradles that allow civilizations to survive and then develop. Some of those civilizations progress further, constructing spacefaring vessels, which allow them to voyage into the unknown. The Xianzhou Alliance is one such civilization. I've only glimpsed it a few times, but it's as magnificent as I remember.
Okay, I got it. I remember.
You okay
So-
there?
Am I only friends with you? I'm not sure.
This is the Astral Express. I repeat, this is the Astral Express. We have arrived in Xianzhou territory. Requesting landing permission from ground control.
Oh, my controller
From
went
the
again.
bridge, I mean.
Let's have a...
Welcome to Lawfu Skyport, Starskin Fin. Please await transfer. Please wait transfer. Please wait transfer.
No, it's my controller keeps on disconnecting. I think I need a new wire.
The signal is still repeating.
Yeah, no, it's 100% it.
But no one is guiding us into dock.
Maybe the Stellaron hunters were telling the truth. It seems like something really did happen to the Xianzhou. A vessel arrives at a deserted spaceport. Isn't that how, like, loads of horror movies start?
Why? So
Let's
has
not
an
let our
information.
imaginations get the better of us.
I mean, it's blue. It has a Bluetooth feature. I couldn't get it working for this game, so I've just got it via wire, just in case it disconnects or runs out of power or something. I did try using it earlier, and then it went so weird. I had to close out the program and then kick it from the computer.
Still the automated signal?
Yes, it's still on repeat. Ah, there we go.
The Jade Gate now opening. On behalf of the Xianzhou Lafu, welcome, guests from afar.
I mean, I've been streaming for what, 4 hours now? Once we get a point to stop, I'll increase the world level.
The signal broke off. Seems that's all there is.
We should get going. Himiko, stay vigilant back here on the Express.
Relax. I've got Dan Heng here with me.
Yeah, well,
Make sure you're properly prepared before you set off.
please tell me I can pause here. Head up and watch them. Please tell me I can go and do this thing. Can I do what I want to do? Controller, please. Kidding me? I still can't leave. It's forcing me to continue the main story. It's gonna be, but hopefully I can
Before
stop
we
at some
set
point.
off, I need to clarify the aim of this journey with you. The Stellaron hunters have given us a lot to consider, and a lot to doubt. But the most important part of this expedition is...
Ugh, that Belobog expedition got in your head, huh?
The Stellaron hunters clearly have ulterior motives. However, knowing what they're all about, and given the focus of Kafka's words, I have no doubt that the Xianzhou is dealing with a Stellaron. The Alliance and the Express haven't had any previous dealings, so our arrival might not receive the warmest welcome. But as trailblazers, we're not in this for fame or gain. We just need to do everything in our power to assist the Xianzhou and eliminate the source of disaster. Always keep that in mind. And don't forget the way of the Trailblaze. Explore, understand, establish...
Yeah!
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Honestly, I think we're starting the next part of it. I'm just trying to find a place to pause.
Oh, look. It's just containers as far as the
Is
eye
it-
can see.
It's like I want to go and do one last thing for ending stream, and I can't do this until I finish this, basically. And I'm just trying to find a place to pause so I can do.
It's for unloading cargo. Who decided to send us this way? Such a huge port and not a soul in sight. It gives me the creeps. Stop talking. If there is someone here, they're in my bad books already. Mr. Yang, what should we do?
We should start with the person who opened the Jade Gate. If it turns out they're not friendly, then at least they've already made things easier for us. If it turns out they were just doing their job, then we can ask them what happened here.
That's Mr. Yang. This is child's play for him. He's dealt with all kinds of dangers before.
Let's move. Keep your wits about you.
Please tell me. Okay. Okay, we started a new quest. Come on. Let me just, Okay. I'm gonna check. Can we go and upgrade the world level? It's like, all I want to do is upgrade the world level and do a 10 pull. Please. Yay! Okay, I don't know what... Finally. Okay, I know what that is. You might need to increase the characters a little bit in terms of the relics they have. Level 39. Let's do our first attempt with what we got. The one that we need to worry about the most is this guy, I believe. That's really good. Okay. We'll deal with the one that's harder, that I'll find harder.
Move carefully.
Let's go.
Can you take it out?
Naughty child. I'm okay.
It targeted free.
I've no interest in conflict.
There are these.
Let's make it quick. Much better.
No worries, my friend. Oh my goodness, okay, we need a heal too. Yeah. I shouldn't be streaming for too much longer. I just want to do this.
Don't worry about me.
And then I'll be taking a break. Well, bye.
The truth of life and death.
Oh,
the
man.
sanctuary is but a vision.
But I do want to try doing a temple. That's one thing I am doing.
Rules are made to be broken.
Slowly getting there.
Just a scratch.
Oh my goodness, stop hitting me.
Let's go.
Time for a shot. That's better.
Much better.
Okay, that's gone.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
He's weak against this wound. Okay.
That enemy certainly isn't friendly.
Got it. Yeah, hook. She's actually the one with the highest attack at the moment.
Let's make
Oh my goodness, stop!
Just a scratch.
Naughty child.
You're a good person.
Oops, targeted the wrong thing.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Don't worry about me. The sanctuary is but a
We
vision.
got the two things on skill punishment.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, I think after she uses her
Fighting
ultimate
is
skill, she
meaningless.
gets a power boost on her other one, which is good. Oh my goodness, stop!
That'll take more than medicine. That's better.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about me. I've no interest in conflict.
Yeah, just his ult
The
is
truth
there,
of
but
life
he's
and
really
death,
good.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
I mean, I'm not even halfway. I think the max level in this game is 60. And my characters are in, I think it's 60. I think mine is 40 at the moment. I'm not even sure what mine will get to when I actually unlock the real level. People are my friends if I know one of them's 60, so.
Past
There we
victories
go.
don't guarantee future ones.
So max techniques is increased. I hit level 34 Trailblaze level automatically. Yeah. Oh man. What on earth's happening here? Character ascension materials. Oh my goodness. Gonna open this. Survival stagnant shadow. Oh god, even more. I believe his full name is Walt Yang, so they call him by, you know. They're being, what's it, looking up to him, I guess, in a way. And then... Yeah, I think so. So that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do like this. Yeah, we can upgrade stuff. Yeah, what level is this? I just want to check. Level 40, difficulty level 1. So I'm guessing this will swap out, or there's different ones in different locations for different things. Nah. Guess we can't have a character exclusively unless you got that. So we need 5 of those. We've got 4 of those. So Cooper. You don't have anything for you. I'll probably deal with this tomorrow when I go on. But yeah, we've gone to a place we can stop. So let's do a 10 pull. See what we get and find someone to raid. So I'm gonna just do it on this banner. Let me check to see what we've done so far on it. Nope, that's the right place. I want to just check how far we're into it. Because I believe it's the same pity system or similar to Genshin, and we haven't gotten a 5-star so far. I want to count how many we're in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, 14 times 5 is 70. So we've done 70 pulls so far, so we should have a 5-star anytime soon. We might even get one next pull, but you ready? I believe if it's similar to Genshin, 90's hard pity, so crossing fingers. Confirm. Ah, 4-star. Just a 4-star. And we got
emotional damage.
Yeah. I'll see how many we have afterwards. I don't think we'll have enough for another 10 pull. Might be next stream. So 575 left. We don't have enough to buy one of those. Let's head to the Express. I'm trying to think, how do we do it? It's this. Because we should have some stuff from, basically Catherine. With our level increasing and stuff. Where? Pom-Pom, where are you? There you are. Trailblaze level. It came through on my end. I don't think I've got anything for the standard banner. We've got 4. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be playing this again. Another point. Really been enjoying the story, so we'll be continuing that next time we stream the game. Oh no, I did? What? I mean, everything seems to be working. You didn't accidentally press the mute button, did you? Let me check. You're making me worried. Let me have a look. Whoops. So it was your end. That's good. Or bad, I don't know. At least it was on my stream, but I'm having issues. Especially after what happened with OBS yesterday. My goodness. Ugh, I'm just glad the stream seems to have gone okay. Either way, let's go and have a look to see who's online to raid. I'll be doing another stream next week, and it'll be a mixture of doing the main story and maybe that event that became available. Yeah, the event that's available says it ends in 17 days, I think it said. I normally try and do them at least the 3 days before they end. Let me check. Yeah, it says 17 days, so it might be the week after that I finish this, when I start this Boulder Town thing. Either way, let's have a look. You'll know my schedule because I'll be posting it. And I'm currently working on making a Discord server at the moment. It's still a work in progress because I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I'm getting help. Ooh, Dino's doing Minecraft. Let's go raid Dino. Yeah. I'm slowly getting it put together. I have no clue. Like, all these most of the other Discords that I'm on use bots and stuff, and I have no clue where to start with them and stuff. But yeah, let's go raid Dino. Let me bring up the raid messages. So we got raid 1 for those just following, and then we got raid 2 for those who are subbed. And let's go raid Dino. Raid Dino Nugget VT, who was playing Minecraft, and most likely, I believe she's playing Pixelmon, which is a mod of Minecraft for playing basically all Pokemon everywhere in it, I believe. Yes, Miku, what's up? Did raid 2... If you copy and paste it, the emote should show, basically. It's just because Steam Elements doesn't have permission to use that emote. If you copy and paste it and post it in chat, it should work. See? It works. It's just that Steam Elements doesn't have permission to use that emote, so it still has the ID for it, basically. Anyway, let's go raid Dino. Let's see. Yay, that worked. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. I am next streaming tomorrow, playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel at, I believe, 10:15 BST, is it? Let me just double check. Yeah, 10:15 BST, so it'll be a late stream. But yeah, I'll still see you guys around. Bye all! Bye Miku!